What's up, everybody? Hope you're doing well this morning. Um, okay, so let's change something slightly. Yeah, so today we do not have any news. We have, I think it's a 2-year note auction at 1 o'clock. Let me check for sure. Yeah, 2-year note auction at 1 o'clock. FOMC member Kashkari speaks at 2 o'clock. We have Tesla earnings after the close. So remember what I've said about earnings, especially in the tech sector. When you have that, if you don't catch a move in the morning, it could be very difficult to get clean action in the afternoon as far as follow through goes and as far as follow through to targets go. In the Discord, you'll see that I have a pre-market plan that I sent out. It's essentially a 50-50 day for me right now. We do have S&T on these highs. What I have marked out, I'll just go over it really quickly. We accumulated right by midnight, popped up, London kind of reversed, but now we're kind of getting some sort of, or a London retracement. Now we're getting a New York continuation. What you'll see here is the midpoint of yesterday's range. So for shorts, for a short continuation, you wouldn't really want to see the market come up here and then respect the midpoint like that if you wanted to continue to the downside. So I'm neutral, bullish. However, I have to remain neutral bearish until this S&T gets knocked out on the highs, and then I guess the targets will be maybe these little highs up here for ES into the midpoint of its new week opening gap, and then NQ maybe to just kind of move up into here. We'll see. This here is the midpoint of the monthly range. So you'll see that's where we put in our bottom yesterday. So that's where I have the fib anchored. So yeah, so it's kind of 50-50 right now. Obviously, I'm leaning bullish, but I wouldn't recommend that anybody begin trading any sort of bullish flow until you negate this S&T on the upside. And I think that would be with NQ. You'd want to see NQ at least take this high and ES look like it's really running for this high. It's kind of risk preference. We do have a lot of failure swings on the upside, both indexes. So just low resistance liquidity here, all the way down. So again, that's why I've been macro bullish on a technical aspect. So yeah, so that's that. Let's get back into the Topstep charts. Let me bring up my, okay, I'm sure this works. I always check it with the sound and it always does. So yep, that's cool. All right, so just want to bring up my charts on my laptop now. And I'm going to see if I can bring up the chat on my phone because I never see it, and I feel bad if people talk for like the one time that people actually engage. I don't want to miss it. So you see YM is also ahead of everybody. It's taking this high, but it's showing a lot of strength. So that makes me confident that we're going to take these highs out here and also move into the new week opening gap. You'll see also YM has some pretty smooth equal highs up here that we could mark out for targeting. So that's pretty much perfect. I'm sure YM will make its way up there. Yeah, so let me just bring it up on my phone. Okay, so that should be good. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be looking to get long this market. We did move into a 15-minute fair value gap, as you can see, and now we're kind of propelling to the upside. Now it's just about finding a good spot to risk off of. So NQ's now negated the SMT on the upside. it's not as meaningful as ES negating it, so we're gonna still kind of sit on our hands for a little bit. Because after all, NQ was the stronger pair anyway to begin with. So we're getting this, this push up out of through YM, and we also do have the SMT here, but I don't know. The clear draw on YM makes a lot of sense to me. ES pushing through makes a lot of sense to me. So we will just kind of stay put here. Keep the chat up over there. Okay, so that could have been helpful, I guess, if I was on lower time frames. I probably would have liked to have seen this gap get entered in, so I probably wouldn't be involved in that move, as obvious as it looks. And that does exist on ES as well, like regular full size, like, the ES contract. Oh, well, as it should, because that is ES. I keep forgetting that it's not MES up there, so I always like to double check certain PD arrays if they're present on both the mini contract and the micro contracts. But yes, I forgot I could just kind of count on that being the same. See a lot of low resistance structure that was built on the downside, which may make the upside kind of hard to get involved in. You do have the SMT though on these lows. Like I said, I would have preferred that ES had moved into this gap, at least clean up some of this action. We have a lot of wickless candles, like low volume sort of action, which I don't know. I would have preferred to see get swept up, cleaned up a little bit before we move higher. But at this rate, it's like if we do move into that, then I have to be cautious about some sort of downside coming back down to test this low, coming back down to around midnight. So we will see. We will see. Let me get this stuff right on my computer, on my laptop. So yes, still has that SMT high. Let's mark that out. Okay, it looks like it's going to take that. So I wonder if this stays like just a buy and let it go. Again, no news. Tesla earnings after the close could be sloppy on the afternoon side. So definitely want to try to get something in earlier while we have at least the volatility of the morning rush. Otherwise, I think it may be difficult to find something here. Nice push out of ES there. Okay, so yes, now just took the SMT high, which is good. I know it seems clear now, but that sort of confirms upside to me. You do have SMT on these highs here with YM, but again, they're very clear, and YM's really making the push up towards it. So I'm kind of not too afraid of that. I think that we'll probably want to draw up into the new week opening price. So yeah, we will just chill. I mean, there's nothing. It's going straight up. The only opportunity was in the morning right here, and I kind of fudged it because I wasn't really looking. And like I said, even if I was looking at it, would have been hard for me to get involved seeing this type of action on ES. So what are you gonna do? All right, I'll be right back. Alrighty, straight up we go. Straight up we go. Maybe we'll be able to catch a retracement trade or something. I know you guys don't really see me do this a lot, but you could even take a little projection measurement. See where we could end up. So 4 is right about up here. That's using the 15-minute chart. If we look at the 5, what's this move here? So we've passed it. 2-minute, same thing. All right, we'll probably stick with the 15 because that's what seems salient. I'll mark out this high. Still have SMT here. So now let's move this here. That there. So yeah, it was hard to be bearish when you see the respect that we had for yesterday's midpoint range, like yesterday's daily range equilibrium here. I wouldn't really fade that, considering, if you are looking for shorts, you want to be below previous day's equilibrium. If anything, the best ones form in the bottom quarter of yesterday's range. And that's nothing that, I made up. That's just stuff from ICT teachings, all the lectures if you want to go into core content or whatever. Okay, on the upside, I like 18.31775. If we look at the 5-minute chart, what I'm going to measure out is the midpoint of this impulse leg. Okay. Okay, so that's interesting. So on the full size NQ contract, you'll actually see that we did not touch into that. So if I go here, you'll see that we actually left it short. So I'm kind of thinking we may want to move up into that 317.75 level. We'll wait for retracements, obviously, and like I said, I'm going to be taking most of the position off if I can get a long and I can hold it up at the weekly open. I'm going to take this off. We now have SMT from these highs. So we'll do that. Well, let me just get rid of it. I'll just put the line for NQ right here. I mean, ES right here. It seems like we might be getting that little retracement. I can't really see much because I'm not on the low time range, but this is just what I'm looking at. We do have SMT on the downside between the 5-minute fair value gaps. We'll see if NQ wants to move into that. Okay, there it goes. It moved into the same fair value gap that ES has. YM also traveling lower. More into the discount part of that 1-minute swing leg. We'll see if everybody else does as well. I want to be patient with this move. Today in general, I want to be patient. Okay. So look at that. So off of the morning move, the projection is right to the weekly open for -2.5 standard deviations, perfectly in line with the weekly opening price. So I'm going to take that one off just because it's a little lot of clutter. See, we're finding some support at the midpoint here of the standard deviations, and that's using the 15-minute swing leg low. May wait for 10 a.m. or if I'm in a position, I'm going to count on 10 a.m. to be my driver to the upside. Unless I'm completely wrong about it and the 15-minute just pukes. Because again, you'll see that the 15-minute bodies are respecting the midpoints or the, the be-all end-all of the projections on this leg, this manipulation leg down. So got to be careful. Got to be careful and have to recognize that, we do have these super obvious lows. Yes, there was SMT that created them, but like I said, sketchy structure below them, hard to trust. And you do have the overarching SMT with YM with these highs. So I don't always pay YM the mind, but if I am 50-50, I kind of, I give it a look. Give it a look. So I don't like how NQ created equal lows on the 5-minute. That's never great. Although it didn't on the mini contract, so we'll just chill. There's no rush right now. So we have SMT now on the upside between both of the indexes, unless NQ wants to clean that up. Only 1 minute chart. It did. So nothing to do yet. At least in this area, nothing to do yet in this area. It's too uncertain in this area. Let me throw the projections up on my higher time frame charts as well, my trading view, just to make sure that they're moving in sync. So you can see we're moving out of that gap. Big push out of there. A little SMT there. Sorry guys, a little, not much to do. I mean, I would love to take the action, but you know, trying not to force anything, even though that's like a pretty obvious one, you would argue, but I do care a lot about how structure forms and how lows or highs, excuse me, form for bottoms or tops. And I just didn't like the low that was formed there on NQ. So not much you could do about that. Sometimes it's just the way the cookie crumbles. You know, and I'm not super eager to chase it either. So we've now taken that high, and we do have some SMT between ES and NQ now. Could be a super opportunity. I'm going to take a couple there. I'll set my stop here. Counting on some form of retracement. And ES not taking the high. Oh, it's not looking good for me. I'd take one off there just because I don't, it seems like a dumb trade in hindsight. If we can make the 14 bucks back, that would be great. I'm just seeing maybe we'll come down here. And if that's the case, it's a great profit on the one. But ES is finding some support on this 2 year, and the whole idea is that ES doesn't take this high, and it seems like it may want to. You do have the SMT inception, so we have stronger pair, now weaker pair, stronger pair. So let's see if it wants to puke it. I was just uncomfortable taking the two. I mean, $50 loss for no real reason there. So again, we have laggy data on Topstep X, which is super frustrating. See how the candles are not loading in, and that's on like really, just from large time frame to small time frame, 2 minute. I'm tempted to just take it off. We have 10 o'clock open, so that's cool. I'm going to mark that out actually. I'm going to mark out 10 a.m. So you can see I'm positioned just above it, but it seems like it wants to continue to the upside. So my short's actually in good shape if the 10 a.m. candle does want to move lower. But if not, my short is not in good shape, as you can tell. And it does seem like it's using it as some support. So we're either using it as support or we're accumulating shorts above the 10 a.m. open. So these highs are not right. So you would see that get wicked on. Seems like ES wants to move higher. All right, so we saved ourselves $10 by not having the original 2 contracts on. Not a whole lot for me to do here, other than chase upside continuation, but I'm not really sure that I'm comfortable doing that. I kind of liked the opportunity to take a retracement down here, but and then get long, but it just kind of is what it is. Structure was not cooperating with the downside, so had to just kind of take it for what it was. We have another stab up above 10 a.m. Maybe we get that move now. I also have ES getting shoved at the midpoint here. Might be worth something. I'll try one. Let's throw the stop above here. ES is strong. I don't know if I'd call that a breaker, but I wanted to get long, but don't like flip-flopping all the time. So yeah, I guess we're gonna just move into the new week opening price. Just hesitant to get burned on the trying to take the longs up here. It's like no great retracements. Again, like building tons of failure swings, which I hate. Like, you know, there's just nothing for me to do with that. Although I guess there was SMT here. Very small time for an SMT, but SMT nonetheless between this low and this low. You know, I'm going to be super patient because the structure that we're building on the charts is definitely weaker. So I know if I just hang out, I will be able to get a short off at some point without having to chase a long. Obviously, if it comes down and I miss the short, then I will be looking for a long, depending on where we are with targeting. So I'm just going to sit tight. See, what's propelling this nice little 1 minute move up here is that failure swing on a yes. You could see it found support right at that old high. I'm sorry, no, there's a lot of black lines, but I'll delete it. It was just an old high, so you can see that ES did not move into the 1 minute gap, and Q did take out this 1 minute low. And then you have the subsequent push to the upside, and that's here. So now we're moving up into that gap. I'm really kind of like, the more I look at it, like I'm starting to kick myself a little bit for not taking like a floater position in here. But the way I saw it was like, why would I take that if, you know, I didn't think it was going to, if I thought it was going to turn around at some point. Which it seems like the way the market's moving and the structure that it's building, it seems like it will turn around. So you typically don't get away with leaving lows like that. And then also, I mean, here's the crappy part about it is, you know, again, it is Tesla earnings today, so it may not fall apart until, you know, after market, in which, you know, I don't have any opportunity to do anything there. So okay, so we just moved into the new week opening gap low, the opening price, weekly opening price on NQ. I know it doesn't look like it on MNQ, but on the full size contract we did. I'll kind of scroll out a little bit. Again, I do like the 18,317.75. I guess on here it's 18,315.50, but it's really 317.75 on the full size contract. That is the midpoint of a 5-minute impulse range to the downside that we did not tap into. So I believe we will probably look to rebalance that range. So it may be worth hunting longs into that, but we're going to see if we get any sort of meaningful retracement. Otherwise, we're just going to use it as a bounce trade to get short. Sorry for the constant. If you're wondering what that noise is, I'm just shuffling poker chips. Keep my hands busy and off the buttons, you know what I mean? While I'm waiting for something to present itself, gives me something to do, fidget with, keeps me busy. Pretty nice move off that weekly open. I'm not quite sold yet. It may move into this gap here. Another bout of S&T here on the 1 minute. It's S&T on the downside. But I'm just chilling. There's nothing super obvious to me. Obviously, I'd love to take shorts, but I don't know. Something just feels slightly slimy about it. The 1 minute, I mean, it's clear as day that I want to short it, you know, into these lows, you know, into this gap. That makes tons of sense. I guess that's S&T on the upside as well. Could have taken it up here. Live and you learn. There's nowhere great for me to risk off of, you know. Coming off that 10 o'clock open, bouncing a bit. Didn't have it in me to pull it there. Just hesitating, you know, I'm just slow. I don't know why. I'm like like in a bit of a weird mental space here with the pulling the trigger. And that one was pretty clear and obvious. I just, for some reason, I feel like I'm going to be caught in some crap. You know, like my spidey senses are hating it. I don't know what it is. These lows are probably next if we're going to go for them. You know, obviously ES needs to catch up and take this low. Still didn't get into that 3-minute gap. It's probably a short. I think it's probably a short. It's probably a short. I do. There's a 15 as well. It's a 15-minute low. It's probably a short. All right, get me in. More SMT on the upside between the S and NQ. Here, right? Let's just throw this way up just to protect ourselves. And we do have SMT on the bottom. I'm not buying that yet. Although maybe it does. Maybe it does leave that low alone. Man, this is tough. How do you not move into that gap? I gotta close it out. Let's give this gap one more shot. I'm gonna add some there, and I'll just move the stop above the high. Look at these equal lows here on the 15-second. I don't know, I'm not a believer, I'm not a believer. I'm not a believer in this upside move. And I'm gonna pay for it. Son of a gun, man. You gotta be kidding me. Here's that 1-minute order block. Wow, man. You're kidding me, man. I knew it. I know it's a weird type of day. That one's painful and annoying. Just gotta chill. Is it really going to play that game with this little balance price range? And then puke the low all the way back down just to then go higher again later? It may. I've seen that movie before. I have indeed. Look at all these equal lows. This is ridiculous. Literally never seen it. Are we really gonna do this? I'm cutting size on the position down to 1. I mean, I just feel like I'm caught in it. I'm chasing shit. Hate those equal highs. But there's equal lows, so why shouldn't they hold? I'm adding. I'm adding back in. Very fishy. Very fishy moves on the upside. I think I'm calling bullshit. There's no balanced price range on the NQ contract, which is slightly not great, but I'm gonna move the stop down. I just feel like it's gotta come down into here. There's that old gap. Rather it leave all this alone. Let's take care of these lows and these. You have a new 15-minute candle opening in 3 minutes. So you have the 1030 candle. Downside's definitely taking its sweet time. I hate how we're accumulating in here. I'm going to trim one just to take some profit. I also need to move my stop back to even because odds are we may want to come up in here and then resume lower, but I'd rather re-enter after seeing it, do that and then confirm that it wants to move lower out of that space. But for now, I feel like I'm really obligated to hold this at least to those equal lows towards that blue line under the 10 a.m. open. Wow. Okay, wait. So we do have a discrepancy. So 15-minute chart on NQ shows that we already did probe into that low and that those equals really don't exist over here. So I'm holding anyway just because we may play catch up or we may clean up that discrepancy. So sometimes the index will do that. So I'm not going to close it right away, but if they were in sync, obviously this trade would be null. Null and void. Oh, that's a yucky move though. I think I'm screwed. I think it's gonna come up and take those highs. It sucks, man. Unless it wants to just rip down now, that would be much appreciated. Am I dumb if I move my stop? I don't think so. Yeah, I'm okay if it stops me out there. I just don't see it. Like, if it's going to go up, then it's going to go up and take those other highs as well. It's really using that gap. It wants to puke so bad. There's 10 a.m. Really watching ES here carefully. I'm going to buy one there. So I bought one there just because of the fishy crap that usually happens. It'll just go into these lows and then not take them. Oh, I want to add more. am. I'm going to add more. Risk that high. I think it's going to come back down. Come on. No, it's still holding that midpoint. I'm going to get stopped there. I just cut it for maybe a couple of dollars before. Damn. I just saw that as an opportunity, as the old support now becoming resistance. And like, that was the spot where if we didn't flip that spot, and move down when I added, yeah, I was not confident that my stop above that high was going to be safe anyway. So that's why I chose to add there. I saw it as an opportunity for value. If we weren't going to turn around right here, obviously we're going to come out and take this high, and then we have these equals up here into this gap. Now that, then it's another story, but you can see where clearly it wants to move up into this high now. Probably will. So I figure why not, add into the spot where it's either going to reverse into my favor or it's going to take me out. So to me, it was well worth it. And as you can see, we would be stopped out now. A little SMT there. Wanted to be a buyer for a second, just into those little highs, and then see if we can get follow through all the way up into the 317 level, which you see as 315, but bit of a battle today. There goes with some pushes higher here. Wow, big flush off the 4 standard deviation there. See if it continues upside or not. I'm not going to chase that move just yet. Little man, what's up? Sorry, you guys hear my cat now. He's probably got a toy in his mouth. And he likes to scream when he does. Likes to announce. What up, buddy? Come on. Yeah, come on. I hear you. Alright, so we're still getting shoved at that 4 standard deviation mark. Did we get into the 3 minute? What, buddy, what? See if it wants to invert here to the upside. I'm tempted to short it, but I don't want to get crushed. There's the inversion for it to move up. Might be too obvious for NQ to be using this as a support now. But ES still hasn't taken this high, so it may. If there was any sort of SMT on these highs, I would definitely not trust this. So there goes the push. We're going to approach that 317 level, 317.50, and we'll see if we get any sort of reaction out of it at all, if any. Haven't touched it yet on NQ, so I'm not that whatever's going on there doesn't exist to me. You now have ES also approaching the new week opening price or the weekly open. I just every single time I see the green, I think new week. More words than I really have to say. Okay, now we're into that midpoint. Here. So let's go to 3 minute, see what we have. So you have a whole bunch of fair value gaps up here. Let's just do that. Took that high into the 15-minute gap, into the balanced price range, it seems, or made perfect equals with it. Yeah, just about, or took it by a tick, but so it did get over it by just a hair. And now you have some S&T between those swings. I'm going to try short there. That's just a very low cost short with ES climbing higher here and NQ getting rejected after hitting that midpoint. I do kind of like that. Nice. Solid move. So what would be really great is if we completely puke all the way down now. That would be one hell of a trade. It looks like it wants to hold that weekly open. I'm looking at my NQ chart for the 1 minute body to see what it wants to do here. I like how finally ES reached into the weekly open. I wouldn't be opposed to some sort of down move here. I mean, clearly there's some selling pressure, but it's just all about how it's going to react. It's not quite enough of a move to take a partial where it's at, even though I kind of want to trim out some of the position. I think that's probably got to be worth it for me to just hold this one a little bit. I know for sure I don't want to take too much of a loss, so that's why the stop is where it is and not, the correct spot, which is above the very high. So looking at the NQ chart, it does seem like the 1 minute opened with a bearish volume imbalance to the downside out of that weekly range, so that's kind of cool. I wanted to puke that now after kind of taking some of those highs on the second chart and moving into that fair value gap. I would definitely like it to move lower. Like I want to see this offer resistance to price. It's a good push out. It may want to hold the weekly open and we may just go higher from here. Yeah, it inverted that. Come on. I think I'm in trouble. It corrected this wickless candle, but I think my stop is in trouble here. Come on, do it. Just do it. So just hanging out around the weekly open, and if I switch here, you'll see that we're kind of wicking it. It's a little nervy because I feel like I'm giving up a possible top short entry. And that's why I don't really want to close it all for like the 16 bucks, even though it's like at this point clear that I'm wrong. Yeah. Ah, man, I feel like it wanted to puke so bad there. Shit. Now we have S&T again on the highs, but I'm not going to touch it because there's just too much mess. So you can see obviously NQ left the high alone, but MNQ like came up and made equals. So they're just not in sync, and it's not productive towards how I trade. Damn. Really seemed like it wanted to run down there. Right now we're in this 15-minute balance price range. I'll mark it out over here. I was looking at it on my TradingView chart. I'm also going to mark out this wick list top candle, excuse me, which is also present on NQ. Come on. Okay, that's a cheap entry there for a short with a stop above this high. S&T on the highs as we move into this 15-minute balanced price range. I'm fading myself slightly because I'm now bullish up at these highs, and I've been bearish all day. So I'm kind of recognizing that and saying, you know what, I could be, the second I would want a long, I could be wrong here. This is definitely a spot that I would look to get long, but it's just from a fair value perspective, it may not be correct in terms of like discount. It's, I think it may want to move down into some sort of discount. So we're just going to try to scalp the move lower. Move the stop to even. And I'm going to try to be greedy because if this turns around, it may, really turn around for me. Let me just make sure everything looks the same on these contracts, because otherwise it is a poor pursuit. I'm taking one off there as we approach the midpoint, you'll see, of that old 5-minute range. And ES approaches the weekly open there. Otherwise, let's mark out our pipe dream, which is all the way down here. And then also eventually down here. All right, let's see if we top ticked it. That would be sick. The only thing is, like, I don't know where exactly, besides obviously that wickless candle and the other highs, which it may still be going to. It's just a matter of, like, are we going to retrace meaningfully before we go up and, go higher? I'm not sure. We do have a new hourly opening coming in 10 minutes. What is this, like London close, I think? It's like 11 o'clock, so London may be wanting to sell it off here. It's a nice move. Very nice. Got to be careful here as we have the divergence on those 1-minute lows between ES and NQ there. Looking for continued speed through that low would be great. Have a bit of a mitigation block with that high. I'm going to take another one off there. I'm okay with the outcome. If it wants to puke forever and I barely make anything today, then that's fine. But I just want to claw myself out of some of this drawdown. I feel like I've had a couple opportunities today to do that, and I just didn't. Looking for a move that just never happened. So I'm finally kind of getting that move. Could it move far lower? I think so, but also there's a possibility that it's just kind of a bleed up sort of day, and I don't want to not take money off of where I really believe I could have. So I think my stop should be pretty safe there, even if it's going to retrace any at all. You do have YM that finally played some catch up to the upside, took out those highs. So yeah, glad I took one there. Let's measure 50% of this move. See about where we should be turning around. So we're in a premium of this leg. I don't see the reason for it to go very, very higher. And if it does, then obviously we were just wrong and offside, and I'm happy with the trade management there. Squeeze $100 out of that one, or a little bit more, I guess, right? So yeah, it just didn't feel like it was the responsible thing to do to hold the whole position through that. So that's why we cut a few, and like I said, I'm pleased with that. This was all about basically, wow, is it going to save me? That would be incredible if it turns around. Anyway, basically what we did was we came into the 15-minute balanced price range above the weekly open. We had that little bit of SMT up at the highs on the 1 minute. And like I said, I've been trying to short this all day, and now I'm bullish here. I typically know when I'm going to get burned just through experience. So that's why I opted to actually take the short off the SMT. We got it like really cheap too. Our entry was obviously, it's right here. There was no averaging in. So it was a really cheap short. It was worth it to take. And then obviously, it's panned out. Let's see if our stop gets saved. It may not. Obviously, logically, I would be taking this trade off, but I'll feel like a dunce if it travels all the way back down. And, for what, $12? You kind of have to think of that's your new risk reward, for the trade is, I have an opportunity to risk $12 of unrealized gains, okay, for an opportunity to make more. So right now, that trade has given me 2 to 1 because we're at $24 in profit. And at the very best, it's going to pay a lot more than 2 to 1. But it's using that 15-minute bottom end of that range. Yeah, we're probably chalked. Also, we've made tweezer tops too, so that's not going to, remain in place for very long. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm typically that's not how that works. But I really do. I hope I'm wrong. Although you have a little bit of the SMT inception here, so stronger pair now becomes weaker pair becomes stronger pair on that side. So it technically does make this high a protected high if we're going to drown out. But on the higher time frame narrative, you can see how we're using the low end of that 15-minute balanced price range as support on this 15-second chart. And ES also coming back down to the new week or the weekly opening price as support too. And now it's kind of firing away. And we do have upside targets as well, so wouldn't be surprised. What I am going to monitor here is look how we're going to react in this range. So at the midpoint of this range, if we do get to it, that's going to be this red line right here, not this one. This one is I'm going to take that away because there's really no point in that anymore. I have it on my TradingView chart, and that's enough. Yeah, that's why I just pipe through that high because it's acting protected. Yeah, but you can see ES was still relentlessly pushing to the upside. That just means that NQ is bound to play catch up and take that out. And you're probably asking yourself, well, wow, if you knew that, well, why wouldn't you take it off? Well, because I could be wrong. And if I was wrong, I was going to make more money. So that's okay. So now we're really going to start to accelerate here. Cool. ES running to the -4th standard deviation. NQ running to the wickless topside candle. And he is probably going to run towards this candle's high, which on a lower time frame you can see is two perfectly equal tweezer tops into an old new day opening gap. And YM going to reach for the weekly open. Oh, man, oh man, oh man. I just want to mark that out on my charts. "15-minute chart is just a sea of green, which is going to make taking short trades or long trades pretty much very difficult. But I do believe we're going to go up and touch that candle. So there's a draw. It's just a matter of, where the appropriate place to risk off of is. That's the only spot where I'm semi-unsure. Stretch out a little bit. Tough day, man. Tough day, tough day. Although what's funny is like I completely called the day in the Discord. Basically said that I was, bullish bias. There was S&T on these highs, but we were counting on it to get taken out. It's really just the structure that kind of tripped me up. So like on both the morning, couldn't get involved because I was waiting for the SMT. And had I seen the SMT on the lows, I still probably wouldn't have taken it because of the structure on ES, like I've noted earlier. Then we had NQ support right at the, between the 2.5 and the -2 standard deviations at -2.2, 2.25. That's like perfect support. That would be a long. I mean, also tweezer top highs, and we had the targets of higher anyway. But again, equal lows there, not buying it. Then we had the discrepancy here. That's why we started to target shorts because we had the 15-minute fair value gap not entered. But if you look on the NQ contract, what did we do? We entered it. So I don't know. Typically, the market will correct itself when it does stuff like that. And that's kind of what I was trading towards, but it just never did. So yeah, that it's unfortunate, and we could have made the money back twice or three times, but I chose to let it try to run because I wanted to see these targets kind of get traded into, and I couldn't trade them to the upside, so then I began trading them to the downside or targeting them to the downside. So we now have the 11 o'clock open. See if we can get any sort of opportunity here. It really seems like YM is going to reach for that weekly opening price, and like I said, we have upside targets for the both ES and NQ here as well to move everybody in tandem. So yeah, it's just waiting now. Yawns, fully yawns, fully yawns, fully yawns. I'm sorry if I'm making anybody yawn if they're watching. there anything to do here or what? Let's pop on the breather right. It'll bring us some good luck. Just looking at the trading view charts here. I mean, we are straight up. It's frustrating, but I feel like some days that are like really obvious to me, I typically tend to not perform so well. And I'm not sure why. Well, I am sure actually. I know why. It's because I don't want to miss a move, and I will then, get a little impatient. But today was different, obviously. I actually thought the patience is kind of what got me in trouble on missing the upside. But that's how it kind of rolls sometimes. Sometimes you don't get the entry. And I think that, if anything, if I'm being real, is probably the thing that I probably struggle with is, the letting go of something, being willing to miss a move, even though I see it coming and understand how I should be able to get on side with it. Being willing to miss the move is very difficult. Because, you work in like such an uncertain environment, so when you feel a sense of certainty, it's like you don't want to waste it. You don't want to give it up. So there goes the pop up into the wickless candle high. Again, that's this. Now we'll probably take out this high as well. Maybe we'll do some work within the new week opening gap, and then maybe we'll get a short opportunity, maybe some sort of retracement, uh, hourly retracement. Maybe not. Maybe 11 o'clock needs to close again, and then maybe we get something around lunch. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. Yes, finally reached the -4 standard deviation of the 15-minute manipulation leg, which is this from this low, or this high to this low, into yesterday's equilibrium, and just never looked back. So who knows, man? It was a pretty good day for the upside. I just couldn't get involved. Structure was too weak. No real great structure. Here was that mitigation block. That why I took off the trade here, or to another one. My wrist is killing. Shuffling these chips in my forearm. NQ moving into that new day opening gap. And yellow on my screen, that's what that is. Also close to taking that high. I really don't want to fade ES until it takes this high up here. Same with NQ. Just made equals. I don't want to fade the upside. I'd rather just wait for a long. Yawn after yawn after yawn. I don't get it. Playing right around the midpoint of the new week opening gap for NQ. Like I said, not much to do. Not much to do here. I mean, we're chilling for now. Like to see ES take these highs. There's just nothing really to do. There's no. I have to be careful with retracements because I have a feeling that some will go deeper than you would think. And then like it's like I don't want to fade the up move right now. You know, I don't want to take any cheap shorts. I don't care how cheap they are right now. It's just I don't know. I feel like I'll just take a bunch of paper cuts and then I erase that trade that I just took, you know, in that 15-minute bounce price range. So just not much to do. That's another tough kind of one to accept sometimes is like, you know, it may feel unproductive, but sometimes the best thing to do is nothing. And it's boring. It's so boring. But that's kind of what the game is. So, yeah. I don't know. Sorry for being melancholy or, you know, monotone or whatever, but just a tough day, mentally taxing day. And like a little bit, I don't know, sort of frustrated just because I didn't get involved on the long side. Like it bothers me that I kind of like had the plan correct and just couldn't get involved. But again, that goes back to, you know, sometimes you're gonna know what's happening and, you know, your setup just may not present. And if that's the case, then, you know, so be it. But it is bitter. It's bitter to accept that, especially when you're, you know, red. If I was green, you know, $100, I'd be like, well, you know, it is what it is. All chipper, but you know, that's just not the case right now, which is okay. And we're close, man. We're close to completing the challenge, so just try not to unfold. Try not to unravel. Not do anything dumb. You know, day by day. You know what I'm gonna think? I'm gonna think like I have $1,500 more to go. I think that's the correct mindset. Is to think that I have $1,500 more to go. It's a nice push to the upside there. Still gonna have to wait though. You can see YM in the bottom left also making the push for the weekly open. And Q almost desperately wanting to retrace here, but like I said, I ain't getting involved with that. It's also just been out of sync with like regular NQ. So if you look at the regular NQ contract, we did not touch the midpoint. So that's a bit of a false signal. Because regular NQ, we have that high to take out, then we have the midpoint of that new day opening gap. So, not a believer. Not a believer. You know, I should probably put in like a poll or something. Like I never put in a poll for people to like get involved with. Let me try to do that. Give somebody something to do, you know, some sort of engagement while they're in here. Still trying to figure out the whole streaming thing. So let's do engage with your audience. Let's do a poll. I don't know, a poll or a question. About what question would I ask? Bearish or bullish PM? There's that. I will be right back. Okay, we're back. Still haven't taken that high. Still haven't moved into the midpoint. Just made equals with it on NQ. So we sit and we watch paint dry for a little longer. Or maybe way longer. Who knows what's going to happen after they take it? I'm not really banking on much. All right, there you go. There's a little something. I don't think it's, let's zoom out here. Okay, so we just took that high, finally, on NQ. And if you're wondering what high, it's this one. I think ES probably needs to play catch up as well, and YM still needs to hit the top of the new week opening gap. So Trump's speaking now. It's probably a slightly dangerous move to get involved in a trade because at any point they're going to get wrecked. And that has happened to me before, where I've had to stop in, or I got into a trade and then literally a second later, before I could even get a stop in, market ripped up, like algo spiked to the upside and just got rinsed. And couldn't mark it out because CME's velocity logic. So basically, market was moved to pre-open status. Couldn't even mark it out of my position. So gotta be careful whenever I start seeing headlines come out with him, you know, talking. So I do really want to get involved in some sort of short here, but I'm thinking that ES does need to go up and take up above that blue line there. That trusty blue line. We're just gonna stay put. It's a long day compared to yesterday. Yesterday was like 30-minute stream and we were done. How nice it was. But that's okay. It's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You do have S&T now on those highs, you know, the hourly highs and whatnot, but I'm just like, I don't know, man. I'm not buying that. I don't believe it, you know. What is equal lows on ES? Where is that? More S&T. Yeah. 9:30. Oh, this is 9:30. I'll hammer those out. Why not? Wish I could play some music or something. That would be that would be a little bit more entertaining, you know, for people to come and check out, I guess. Sorry, yeah. I mean, there's nothing to really. If anybody ever wants to talk about anything, just go ahead, put it up in the chat. Otherwise, I can only I can only say the same thing so many times while the market's not moving too much. There's really not much for me to commentate on. So yeah, sorry about that. But YM kind of creeping down, just shy of the weekly open. Again, yes, you know, not really, not buying its story that it's going to leave that high alone. So, and not buying YM's story either. And obviously NQ is like, I took all the highs and I don't care. I'm just going to keep ripping to the upside, which is very much like it to do so. So, yeah, it's making it seem like it's accumulating, you know, up slowly for a kind of inverse flag, like a, you know, a rising wedge pattern for it to go down. But I don't know. I'm thinking this rising wedge kind of shoots to the upside, or eventually does. I'm not, like I said, I've waited patiently now for a short trade, but I'm not comfortable taking it here. Even though there's loads of SMT, I feel like ES has to go up and take this high. So at that point, it's like I think I might as well just rather take it long. So that's why we don't take the short. Probably take the long, I guess, but it's kind of just ran away too quick. And basically, how I thought about that move right there is like I would want a long ES because ES has the clear target to the upside. But I would have had to quickly go here, find MES, put in 3, hit the button, and by that point, I mean these are 15-second candles, okay? And by the time I had the idea to long ES, we were here. So I had to do that whole process and then ripped along there, and for what at that point? What am I going to risk? 3 points to make one? That don't make too much sense. So we wait again, and wait some more, and wait. That is how it works. Ay, ay, ay. Might as well check my email or something. Well, there is that, isn't there? There is that, isn't there? And we have the SMT on the highs. Am I too late? I might be. Sure. I'll try one there. I'm not too not opposed. Because if you look at the 5-minute, we never came up into this gap. So very low hanging fruit is something like that. I didn't realize it was only 10 points. There's absolutely no volatility here. So let's just let it run wild. Sorry about that one. I was checking my email. Didn't really recognize what was going on. And therefore I kind of missed the move a little bit. It's the SMT on these highs from here to here. ES finally took an objective, and Q took all the hourly highs, which is what we marked out here. We're playing off the midpoint of that old new day opening gap on the 1 minute, so it's kind of, a decent technical spot to get short. It's 11:26. We have a new 15-minute candle forming soon. So kind of like, kind of worth it. And we only took it with one contract because it was like, we already went lower. We were already the risk reward was not correct anymore. I feel like YM may want to go lower into like this area here. So we're just playing with peanuts now. It's not much to really do. So now we're into that 5-minute gap, which is nice. So we fit the original, or have we? Gotta love these slow wicks. So we're not actually. We haven't moved into it yet. And maybe we won't, but I'm gonna wait. Let's see where we are. as far as our stop goes. Did we really make equals there? If we did, I'm going to have to put my stop at even. Still haven't reached into that 5-minute gap yet. It's best, honestly, if it doesn't come up and touch this up close candle. It's best if it just kind of goes into here and then pukes the low. All right, whatever. Back to my email. Of course, it comes up to stop me, and then now if it wants to rip down 100 points, can't be bothered. Yuck, dude. You gotta be kidding me. It's gonna move into that 5-minute gap. So annoying. So annoying. We talk about tilt. I mean, that's not really tilt inducing. It's a one micro. Just sucks, like, you know. Just lame. Lame is probably a better word to describe that action. Into that 5-minute gap now. So I put my stop to even because of those little equal highs up above, and that's why I just didn't, you know, I'm not going to get stopped. I'm not going to let it run on my position there. And also I was late to the party, so it's on me. It's my fault. But look how we are puking now. Oh my God, how sick I am. It's probably going to run into this gap now. Son of a gun, man. Can't catch a break today, dude. Oh. Cannot catch a break. Sheesh. I am moving into that area that I told you about. Oh, that's sickening, isn't it? Oh, that's sickening, man. Absolutely disgusting. Ugh. Make you sick. There's a continuation short into the gap. Son of a gun. God. That's rough, man. That really is. That's a rough one. That's a tough one to swallow. I just don't understand. Like, so really, best interest, it did not have to come up to touch this candle. I mean, if it was really going to puke down lower like this, you'd expect it to kind of make one stab up into here and run away. So I'm not super upset with my decision, considering we had the wickless candle up here and we had these equal highs up here. On the lower time frames, they really do tend to correct these a lot, because on the higher time frames, by higher I mean like minute time frame, there's really not much. You know, it just shows a candle jittering up. So it's not something super game changing or narrative changing if it, you know, takes those types of highs. So whatever, man. What are you gonna do? Just late, and I was late to the move. That's kind of on me. So a new 15-minute candle just opened. See if it wants to claw into this balance price range, but it may not because of this would be viewed as a breakaway gap, so it may hold it, but now at this point I don't really I'm not sure where we go, to be quite fair with you, especially on the upside. Daily chart. So NQ barely takes yesterday's high, right? ES doesn't. Then we start to puke it lower. I guess that was something I could have looked at as well. It was previous day high. That's on me as well. What are you gonna do? So we're kind of holding that 1 minute gap as a breakaway here. So we just rejected right off that wickless candle that we took earlier. Nothing clear here. Nothing clear besides the, 1 minute invert, I guess. Here and here. Or that's a 30-second, excuse me. 1 minute's over here, but it's kind of shoving it. Ugh, my ribs. I'm hunched, I'm too hunched. I guess the real question is here is, do I believe we're going to continue to move up? And I'm not sure. Because if I don't, then that's the short. You know what I mean? Like if I do not believe we're going to continue to move up, then that is the short. Let's look for some sort of low time frame fair value gap, see if we can get involved. Could be a breakaway. Now we're into the 1 minute. That was originally a breakaway. So typically I'm not a fan of seeing it into that 1 minute breakaway gap. The only exception here, obviously, is that YM could still draw into the weekly open. And that also, this is the old 15-minute balance price range. So we did kind of impulse out of it and through it. So we may want to find some sort of support there rather than blow right through it. So here's that old EQ, which we may also find support at here of this down leg. So now we're into this breaker, midpoint of that 15-minute balance price range, divergence between ES, NQ, and the YM. I'm going to take a long there, see if I can get involved. If it wants to fill me, that is. Looks like it does not. And I don't want to be involved once it gets into that on a retracement long. Unless it inverts it, I guess. Wickless candle. Yeah, kind of just have to believe the S&T with YM here. Let me look at the 1 minute or the hourly chart real quick. This hourly looks a little weak, to be honest with you. There's SMT between ES and NQ there. See if ES wants to play catch up. It may very well. Yeah. I'm gonna rip one there. Oh, instant reject. Let's get out. I was kind of looking at ES, SMT on the bottom here, and YM making its push to the upside. That maybe we'd be able to get up there, but poor timing. Now maybe a possible long here at this old midpoint. Unless it's just going to cascade all the way down, which is very possible. And in that case, it sucks because this was the short opportunity. I was just kind of late to the party and late up here. So never quite came into that midpoint. Let's remeasure that. Yeah, never did it. Trying a couple there as we're fishing around that 1 minute midpoint range. Added one more as we're below the weekly open now. And then this balanced price range is going to be my last line of defense. If not, I kind of have to accept that it's probably downside now. Added one there. I'm going to put my stop down here, I guess. I just feel like ES is now reaching for the weekly open and I'm probably screwed. Yeah, fucker. Excuse me. It's annoying. Going long out of the rejection block, both the 1 minute and the 30, like 15-second there. And ES reached into the weekly opening price. Is this going to get really ugly on me? Wow. Took that low. Now we're bouncing off the 4th standard deviation. I can see it on my trading view, but you can't. Wow, I'm in trouble here. Hate to say it. Especially if ES takes that out, takes out its weekly open. I mean, I am definitely not in good shape. Ooh, that was a bit of a fat finger, but that's okay. I'll hold it for now. Looking for a pump up through this gap. Got to be careful as it heads into there. Yes, with the support around the weekly open. Let's see if YM is going to find some support that if it wants to run up into that weekly gap. Change in state of delivery on this candle. Do need to be careful because this is the balance price range on the 15-second chart. Oh, yeah. It just got shoved. I think I gotta reverse it. I think I'm offside now. On the upside, that is. That was a huge shove. And now, of course, it wants to hold that. Just in bad shape, man. Do have SMT on these lows. I don't know what I'm doing in a short right now. It just seemed like it was clear as day. No, I can't play that game. Look how it came down. Perfectly touched that. Wow. Maybe it does. Maybe it does, maybe it does. Trusting this 15-second invert with like my life. And maybe we're going to go down and correct these lows finally. It all depends on if ES wants to give up the weekly open, then we could really start to roll over. If not, I think I'm probably in trouble. It's just not. I should have a stop and this is dumb. That's my bad. Just in case a headline comes out, I'm not going to blow this account over it. That's ridiculous. Just was a little hyper focused there. So yes, with that push out, I needed to puke. I'm gonna get stopped here. It's building all these equals. It just doesn't. It's not great. You know, I know better. All right, we're gonna put a hard stop in at 5 for the day. That sucks, man. For fourth standard deviation with S&T. Should have just held my long. I was just getting jumpy. Because in my mind, I'm like, oh, I've been trying to short this all day and it has not worked out for me. And now the one time I'm going to try to fade the shorts, it's going to crush me. And it was really this here that totally screwed me. This bounce pressure, I thought it was going to keep us down. But this was a great move here. So mental note. Built the equals, came in, took it, but that was okay. I mean, look how we were just respecting the chain and state delivery here. Back in that 15-minute gap now. And I should have known because there's also like very unfinished business to the upside. Definitely a little banana shape here. taking the long there after we're respecting 50% of the old 1 minute range here. You also have the SMT, so now we're just playing the retracement off the SMT here. You may want to wait for a new hourly open. It's a nice move. See if it lasts. Hate how it's getting stuck there at that 15-minute, but on NQ chart it's obviously different. We're not even at the midpoint. I'm gonna dip out of that one. It's fine. Let it go. I don't want to give up any opportunity with the last 110 bucks that I have to trade with to possibly get back. So for that reason, I cut that trade. I don't want to take any more heat than I have to. It was clearly not cooperating, so I felt like I had to cut it short. Still a lot of S&T here on the lows. If NQ remains weak, I mean, this thing's really probably just going to fall down. YM made its little bit of a run. It's a really hard call. I mean, I feel like it's 50-50. And whatever side it chooses may be pretty violent, so that's why I'm kind of staying out of, picking a side right now. It's really selling downside. So, yeah. There goes the upside. So YM's now reached into the new week opening gap. Do we have the auction coming up? What news hit? Two years at once, so I don't really, somebody must have said something. Okay, Treasury Secretary Besson sees de-escalation with China. That's where we're at here. So, man, I just can't catch a break. Tough, 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 dude, tough. Maybe top of the new week opening gap as new target. How did I not trust the SMT there, man? Clear as day, in your face, SMT. Microstructure was acting perfectly fine. I just got spooked because I was trying to anticipate this, right? This move here. Down lower. Reversed. That's the cursed button. Needs to go away. But then we respected pretty much everything fine, you know, and then we came down, touched the change in state of delivery, that order block, perfect, ran away. Then the re-entry for the SMT was perfectly reasonable as well. You have the 1 minute impulse leg. I'm sure we came down to 50% of it. Oh, sorry. Yep. And then we also had the confluence of 50% of the last down leg, right? Holding candles perfectly. So I'm not really sure why I got spooked out. I just like I just had a hard time trusting the move, I guess, you know? I think it's as simple as that. I really do. I think it's as simple as that. I had to run to the bathroom, but I think you could. I think souping these highs might be a decent idea. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. What's going on? Just short of the high. Okay. Fear. I let fear totally dictate my decisions there. I was so dumb. It was so clear too. ES finding support at the weekly open. NQ taking out this low. Like I truly don't understand what drives me to make some of the decisions that I make. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Limit the blood. That's what you're going to do. So we have a hard stop at 5. I would love to give myself more room, but I feel like I just need to accept what it is. If I can make it happen with $100, $110 room, great. You know, if I can't, then I can't. Just need to wait for the right opportunity. That's all. I may actually wait. So I wanted to take a long there, but I may wait just because there's S&T with YN here and the indexes on the lows. I'm looking for this high. I wanted to take the long there as it was using the top of the new week opening gap as support, but I figured maybe it may want to creep back under this low and YM hold this low as some sort of SMT, the dual SMT kind of move, that SMT inception move. So. So the reason why I pulled the 3 order and replaced it with 1, because I noticed that YM was also going to run up and run down to take that low, which kind of negates the idea in a sense from it like working out perfectly. So because of that, I opted to take less size, as much as it stings to see it work now. Just still trying to manage the risk, even though I feel like I'm already defeated today. Still trying to do a good job and trade appropriately. Obviously, I'm holding this until we can take that high. Don't really have much of a choice considering I only have one contract on. Do have some 1-minute SMT between ES and NQ on the top though. I'd like to see this gap hold us. Debating on whether I want to keep the stop at even at this point or if I want to like move it below this low. Probably at even. After that, move up out of this gap. I don't want to see it come back much, so that's okay. Just not in the mood to lose. Really need to see some speed out of ES here to continue this move to the upside. There's no way it leaves it alone. I mean, it's the way ES is acting, it's saying it is going to leave it alone, but I can't believe that. And I'm not selling just yet because, yes, the target is the blue line, but the way ES is acting makes me feel like NQ may move further. If ES decides to play catch up, we may get a much larger spike to the upside than what I'm anticipating. So that's why I'm not saying, oh, it's close enough and I can take it off. Like if ES is going to continue up to 533, 550, then my NQ trade is obviously going to go further than I think. I don't love it getting stuck there at the top of the New Week opening gap though. Maybe forced to jam the stop here. Take 55 bucks, it'll be alright. It won't be the end of the world. Because now we have SMT with liquidity taken, so that I'm not going to play around with. If it wants to move from here, great. If not, 55 it is. I'm going to start looking at NQ here. I at least want to see what happens if ES takes the high. Will we accelerate to the upside? And yes, if you're wondering, it does suck that that I wasn't in 3 contracts. But it is what it is, brother. It is what it is. We're gonna get stopped out here, I guess. That'll be what it'll be, if it does. That's a nice move. Let's see ES pump. Come on. Would love to see ES pump here, because then odds are my stop is protected, and I'm okay to hold this trade for a couple more bucks. There goes the pump with ES. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, man. Come on now. Keep ripping. Why stop? Trellis stop. Whoa, okay. All right, all right, all right. Chill out, chill out, chill out. Be cool. All right, that's that. Happy with that one. Right idea. Could have taken more size, but you know, it's all good. Made a quick 80 there. It feels like I'm not going to be able to wiggle myself out of this one today. So I'm strongly considering just cutting it here. I just really, I'm kind of lost at this point. I don't really have a great grip on where we're headed. Obviously, the max loss today is 500, and 315 sounds a lot better than that. If I felt like I had an idea of where the market was going, I'd probably stick around and try to battle it out, you know, and use the last 200 bucks as, you know, my fuel. But I might wave the white flag here. I really might, and that's like not something I usually do. I just might have to. And to be honest with you, I felt that way when I was down 127 earlier in the day. I felt like you know, my gut kind of told me like, it's not your day today. And it's, you know, uh-oh. I think my OBS studio just crashed out. Oh no, I'm still alive. All right, well. Yeah, so I don't know. I might just accept defeat here. I mean, it sucks. I really wanted today to be a good day. We're really close to, you know, completing the challenge, but yeah, I just don't know. I just don't feel great. I just do not feel great about it. You know, we have Tesla earnings. It's lunchtime now. Yeah, what up, Dragonoff? I think I might actually be cutting it here, dude. Kind of took a licking today. And I'm not really confident on where we're headed next. I mean, I do have some targets on ES, you know, up here. But kind of got wrecked. Just being dumb. Like, I think what it kind of came out today was like a bit of a lack of patience and waiting for setups. Like obviously, I think I was tilted too from not getting involved on the upside when, as you know, the Discord, I was kind of expecting upside today and just couldn't get involved with it. So that was a little bit frustrating to me. I did try to, I did take a couple successful shorts, but never got the follow through on this short side that I was really looking for. So kind of took some beating there. And then second guessed myself, man. Like I was just really like had long and was long here and just kind of like lost it a bit. I was long in here after getting shoved by the 15-second balanced price range. I reversed it only for it to hold and kind of played ping pong with me here. Had the idea that it was going to hold here. Then we, pumped up. That was a little bit frustrating to say the least. Then took another long around here after I saw that we were, this is now playing the SMT, right, on the impulse leg and seeing that we were holding this old equilibrium. And just got out of the trade again because on the 15-second, we just were not acting right. Like I was expecting us to really take off and we kind of didn't. So I moved the stop to even and it chopped around. I definitely it would have been a nervy hold and I kind of knew that it was going to explode one way or the other in one direction. So I got out and that's it, man. Was just annoyed. And then here I took the long that kind of got me from 390 to 315. I originally had 3 micros up on here. Didn't take it. Ended up only taking 1 just because I saw YM come down into the same spot, which I was not looking for it to happen. So I reduced my risk. And that was a good trade. We got out somewhere. I think we got trailed out right here. So that was a nice trade. Obviously, wish I had more size, but was just trying to be responsible to end the day. Is this your challenge account or funded? It's a challenge account. It's definitely a challenge account. So this whole entire this whole thing dragging off is like passing the Topstep Combine live. So that is the whole series. That's what this whole series is about. I haven't really decided whether I would stream my funded account, upon passing it. I guess we'll see. So it really wouldn't be that. It really wouldn't be that different. I do this, but I'm also looking to get my some FINRA licensing, so Series 7, 66, that type of stuff to hopefully then maybe trade for a bank or maybe do some advisor work or some analyst work. So that's what I'm in the process of doing right now. I've been funded with Topstep before. Apex too, but Apex I really don't. I don't know. I'm indifferent. There goes the S into that target that we were looking for. So there goes the S taking that target to the upside. Now I have that hammer candle. What does that mean for NQ? Where are we in NQ? Into this rejection block. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Dragonov. You may need to. Topstep is banned here. Yeah, I think you probably do need to be. I don't know if you need a citizenship, but I think you at least need to be in the U.S. I think. Don't quote me on it. I would reach out to them. Reach out to them and see what's possible. Thinking of getting short here. I'm going to take one on value. Move this stop up above here. If I lose another 16 bucks, then that's okay. So I got chipped out there. As we're in this like 15-minute rejection block, hourly as well. May hold this high. Either holds that high or it wants to go for it. Do ICT concepts work well in Forex? Yeah, I think they were originally for Forex, I think, or no. They work, yeah, they work fine in Forex. I know a lot of people that do well in Forex. My RR on average, I'm not sure. I don't really keep track of it, to be honest with you. It's typically higher than 2 to 1, just because I'll take a lot of paper cuts on these small time frames, like you saw right there. But my wins are, 30, 40 points. So I'm risking typically 15 points, 10 points, depending. All things equal, it's usually 10 points or so, 15 points to make, 25 or 45. So it's all relative. I'm going to try another one there. I like the top end of this gap holding us down. I'm going to kind of just throw a stop up. We have a few drives into the top end of that gap. If it's going to blow me out, then it'll do that. That's fine. Take another paper cut. I'm just seeing, are we going to take these highs? I'm not sure. That could be it. NQ may take this high and we may puke after the fact. It's a better move. Yeah, it sucks. I had the right idea. Journal your trades, man. You are trading blind if you don't do that. Well, yeah. So to be honest, man, I've been trading for. Man. I mean, so I do have a journal actually. I journal. I go over all my trades every day after. It's just RR. It's forever evolving. Like sometimes it's all. Like I don't have fixed RR tracking. I'll put it that way. Like I'm not holding specifically for 2R or 3R or 1R even. So my trading varies. It's fluid. It's basically kind of what's going on. It's like I don't have a fix. Like if it's time to get out, I get out. If it's time to like if the market's telling me I'm not going to get 2R, I don't hold for 2R. You know what I mean? So that's why I don't have like a set number, um, if that makes sense, that I look for RR wise. All I know is that I'm typically winning more than I'm losing. I'll have a bad day occasionally, but I'm typically doing better. I'm kind of good for a long here, I think, after seeing the support. Might give it a second. So I like how we took the low. Now both are supporting these old gaps. Got some lows around here. Let's see. YM also ran into the midpoint there. See if we can get some love. Yeah. Oh, come on, man. Have a bit of an untethering of sorts, but hate that I had to chase the entry up there, but whatever. I love the support and the midpoint of those gaps and why I'm using the top end. A lot of confluence there for me to take that trade. Just looking for the follow through. If I don't get it, then I'm kind of chalked, and that sucks, but still getting shoved at the top of that gap. I just I just don't know if that's the truth. I understand the 1 minute bodies are holding, but just trying to have some conviction here. Like ES hadn't hit the top side yet of that old hourly gap. I wish I wouldn't have gotten rid of it on my trading view charts because now I can't see, but actually, you know, I guess I'll go back and we'll just look where that came from. Okay. So let's go here. Let's mark that out. Like if ES was bumping up against the top end of that gap, that's a totally another story, which I guess it was, or we just had to move up. Did it just do that? Oh man. It's gonna come for me. It sucks. All right, let me check. Well, it didn't actually. That's still like pretty, I don't know. That's still pretty safe for me. 462. Kind of so went against it there. And we have a couple bucks. I wonder if it'll go up to the bottom of that gap and give me a shot to get long there. Got short one there, or two technically, but 1 unit. Seeing who's going to crack into the gap first. And if I get stopped out here, that's just going to be it for the day anyway. I know it's at the bottom of this gap, but if you look on NQ, we're not at the bottom of that gap. So that's why I'm still short it. Stop at even there. I'm watching for NQ to move into the bottom of the gap itself. ES has now moved into the 1 minute fair value gap. So that's what I'm talking about here. Just playing a little bit of a continuation to the downside. Still waiting for NQ to see if it wants to reach into the bottom portion of that gap. This is a bit of a gamble with the hold here. I will take out one contract there for 30 bucks. So the reason I'm holding right now is I feel like there's a chance that it can drop lower to retrace the original full move. Not the full move, but like the original move itself is basically what I'm saying. Like if you look at a higher time frame, 5 minute, somewhere into this impulse range is basically what I'm banking on as a possibility. So we're looking at the 15-minute chart now. I'm going to pull those higher time frame charts up on my trading view so that way I could see. See if anyone's going to take this low. So obviously invalidation was going to be up above these highs. Let's see if what I could squeeze out of this here. So the risk here is obviously that this area is completely balanced and we're not going to go lower than this area. But the potential reward, however, is if we do creep under here, we may really start to kind of crack open and fall apart, at least into this gap. So that's kind of what I'm thinking here and how I like this as an opportunity to hold. We'll see what happens, but that's kind of what I'm banking on. So not a great move by NQ to come up and reclaim this gap if it does. I'm really looking for it to show weakness again through here. If not, then I could be in some rough shape. And again, I'm not surprised to see upside continuation either. Might have to just pick and choose our shots here. Paying attention to the inverts. What I do want to mark out is the 15-minute low and see how we reacted around there. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, we could get another push up. I'm okay with moving the stop just a tad. I'm going to wait for just a second. We have S&T on the 1 minute if you want to look here. So you can see ES moved into this 1 minute gap, NQ hasn't yet. Okay, so it just did, just corrected it. So NQ may catch a bid here to the upside, and that's not going to be good for us. So it may even be worth reversing our trade. Huge gap candle though. Getting ready to reverse. Yep, I will. I'll try that here. Move the stop down here. The reversal comes from NQ gapping up and reclaiming this gap. And again, we are bullish for these levels up higher. What I don't like is that there is a gap here. So from close to open, that is a gap. So let's also mark that out. That's not as apparent actually on the 1 minute here, but you can see we're coming down and touching it. Almost perfectly. I feel like this this low should be protected as ES just took it. So I will take the opportunity to actually even add one there. Because in my mind, I don't think we should take this low anymore now that ES is taken. If we're going to reverse back up, I don't think we should take this low. So to me, that becomes a cheap add. See, we're playing around that gap. Hopefully it doesn't take that low. That would suck. Gap down. That's going to be it. I think we're stopped for the day. 462. Not quite, but almost. I think it's definitely going to reclaim that point. I'm cool with taking along. And if it stops us out, I'm just going to give this one room to work. Actually, I mean, it's got the room. See if it uses it. It's probably going to end it for us today. That sucks. All right, well, could have been a better day. We traded it anyway. There's my one regret for the day, is that I had it to 300 and kind of almost punted away too. So that sucks. But, you know, sometimes you make dumb mistakes. It is what it is. What are you going to do? I just hard time with the draw today. Just was not in sync with the market after the AM session. AM session I was in sync. I just couldn't figure out a damn entry. I just couldn't get an entry, which sucked. We just got a second chance at life there. I feel like I should reverse. Because I feel like someone's going to take this low. I think one of the indexes needs to sweep this low. So just fading that up up move candle because the structure is clear that it wants to go lower. So I just got lucky in terms of like it not auto liquidating me, you know, on that down move for me to then get the chance to reverse my position and get back on sides. And again, that's because I am, I'm looking for one of the indexes to sweep below here. So whether it's YM and QES, I think someone's got to do it. Seems like YM's going to be the one to do it, but we'll see if everybody else follows suit. Gonna add into the move. See if we could re-salvage the day. Not the day, but, well, sort of the day, I guess. Beautiful. So YM's not taking that low. Looks like ES is going to want to do the same thing, so I might hold on a little bit here. It's nice when you get a little lucky. Cutting one. Actually, really, I should have cut both there. Knowing how pre-market, or not pre-market, like PM session typically works in terms of follow through targets, like that low might be it. That we might keep that low for the day. So really probably should have cut another one there. are going to war today. Taking another, see if we're going to move into the volume imbalance with ES as well to the low. Mm. I'm adding into it. That sucks. Got stopped there. That's all right. So we just have a new hour now. Took some there as there was ES divergence. Or I guess there wasn't, because now the Topstep wick chose to show. That sucks. Still gonna kind of trust it. I still think that we need to move into these little 1 minute volume imbalances. I guess ES has. Yeah, I guess it did. That's lame. Does it show it? Yeah, I guess maybe I was stuck in the LTFs. I have a couple dollars left until it auto liquidates us at our 500. What are you gonna do? Looks like ES is going to want to jump up into this gap, and I think NQ will probably stop us out if it does that. So B would it be? Although I think if I was really crafty, I'd reverse it, go for these highs up here. I just don't have a lot of room. And do I trust it? Yeah, whatever, let's try it. We have 20 bucks from this point for it to move up into these highs for 50. Risk is that it takes the hourly low before we, run up into that level. That's going to be it. It's not a liquidating block because I chose not to do that, but that is going to finish it for me today. Tough day, tough day, tough day. Sucks. What are you going to do? Just was offside today. Onside in the morning, just couldn't get involved. Offside the rest. Had a chance to close out at 300 today. I don't really know why I brain farted and didn't do that. That was silly. So yeah, now I think this market probably chops because it's earnings now. So that's going to be it for me today. I'm going to live to fight another day. Upsetting, we were 500 away from passing, and instead we lost 500 today. So that's a bit grueling, a bit brutal. I actually have people watching me now, so it's like, do we cut it? Do we stick around? I mean, there's a little bit of viewership, which is nice. I guess everybody else is done trading. I'll give myself a little bit of room if we can take a couple trades while we have some people in here. I still do think we're going to run up into that high. I really want this gap as an entry. Nice. Let's move the stop down. Aim for these highs up here. Been live for forever this morning. It's been quite a battle. So what we're fighting here right now is this change in state delivery. And ES, did it pump into there? That sucks, we got stepped out. I was just looking if ES was moving in. So still getting shoved around. I guess it's downside. It sucks because that was a nice timed entry and we got shoved. So happy about the to take the, what do you call it? To place the stop in there because it was convincing, like it was going to go and never turn around. So we've just gone below the hourly open again. Still holding this gap. Oh, sorry. This is a little 1 minute volume imbalance open gap. So now it's really starting to crack under pressure here. I have just the hourly wick, the quarters of the hourly wick was measured out here just to see if we were going to then puke it lower. 15-minute low, kind of where we're watching. I do have this marked out on ES for the 5-minute. It seems like we could go lower into that gap. ES may want to make the run into there. If there's anybody new in here, I am live pretty much every day except for, Thursday. Definitely come hang out. Right now we're doing the passing a Topstep live challenge. You can see we're at 52,000 this morning. There's that high. We were at 55 or 52.5, so we had a bit of a blunder today. Market's getting pretty dangerous, doing some weird stuff. Trump must be speaking. Something obviously is happening. I'm sure I'll get the notification on my phone soon enough. But yeah, come hang out, subscribe. I have a Discord if you want to look at my pre-market thoughts. I know they may seem useless based off the P&L today, but they were actually right. This is just my bad on execution. So yeah, check it out if you want. Everything's free. So yeah. Tough market, man. Tough market today. Definitely seems like we want to run higher, right? Probably up into this high, then we could probably puke back down. Bit of a head and shoulder, inverse head and shoulders pattern for anybody that trades that. Ooh. Some real sketchy stuff is happening here. Oh, note auction to your note auction. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess ES is going to go for this low here. Would love to get involved. I just feel like it's late now. Very chasey now. It sucks. So there goes ES into that low. That's 2-year note auction must have not been too great. Let's go back to YM to see where we're at. Puke in the lows. This was kind of the move that I was looking for over here. Never got it. Now it's really accelerating to the downside. NQ playing the catch-up game. Yeah, 2-year note auction must have been pretty rough for the market to react like this. I'm gonna check that out. Yeah, less interest in this auction. So rates they're thinking have to be higher. All right, well, we'll see. We'll see, I guess, right? Fifteen-minute chart looks pretty interesting around there. I don't hate that. It's all the way down there below that candle. Oh shit. Was that YM? I'll take the free 35, sure. Meant to long NQ here, or MNQ. I try to get long a pullback. Yep. Try that there. Change in state of delivery. Honestly, this could recover this whole move and run all the way up to here. I honestly, I would not be like super surprised if it did that. So I'm gonna kind of get on side with that move if we can. I don't hate the idea of it. I wonder if it's going to retrace 50%. If it retraces 50%, then obviously I'm in trouble. Wow, yikes. I'm going to add to it after we tap into the midpoint of the new week opening gap. Hope that we hold the old new day opening gap and that this is a turning point for us. If not, it could be trouble for us. Yeah, it's going to fall apart on me. That's a shame. That's going to auto liquidate us. Explain this concept, please. What concept do you want? I mean, there's so many. There's so many concepts. I mean, that one I just got wrecked. Ah, man, it was not supposed to be that big of a day. Well, it was entertaining for the people that were in here. Um, anyway, this account is chalked. We're gonna stop that for today. Um, it really depends. There's so many different concepts. I would, if you could be specific, I'd be happy to explain one of them or something. Sorry, YouTube Shorts, I did not see your comment. But yeah, if you have anything specific, let me know. I'd be happy to help you out, explain something at least, or at least try. I don't know. Well, that's a 15-minute balance price range. You gotta be kidding me how it doesn't add me into there. That's insane to me. Try the short there. See if the 15-minute holds us. I'm gonna buy it. We're counting on this to really I'm counting on this to really propel back upwards. I don't think it should go far lower. I don't see that as the kind of the possibility here. Come on, man. Quit playing around. If it does somewhere, it's over. Trim a couple there. Move the stop. I really do. I feel like it's gonna go up. I gotta hold it. I have to hold it, man. Sorry, what do you prefer yourself most? Where did you draw on your screen? Oh, okay. Wow. All right, let's go over it. We're just gonna let this trade ride because I'm confident in it. Okay, so we have so the yellow boxes that I have on my screen are new day opening gaps. So the difference between 6 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern, like the opening price, the differences between the close and the open. The green boxes are the new week opening gaps, so the difference between the closing price on Friday and the opening price on Sunday night at 6 p.m. Okay, and the type of strategy that this is, it's a price action strategy. So it's all based on highs and lows, and that's pretty much it. I mean, it's all highs and lows, really, is what it is. Oh man, that's probably gonna take me out, but I don't want to take a loss. So ES is getting away from the new week opening gap, the 4 standard deviations. That sucks, man. How's that one not continue? So yeah, so that's that. Basically, these gaps are called fair value gaps. What are you trading? Trading ICT, and I'm trading MNQ and mainly MNQ. I'm way past my daily loss, but there are people hanging out in the chat, so I figure, you know what, it's worth it to say what's up to everybody and stick around and see if we can trade ourselves out of it. I'm $1,000 hard stop though. Thousands a hard stop. It was a tough day today as far as the downside or catching the upside move was. So I just was kind of relentlessly shorting at some points. It was a bit of a mess of the day. Check the 4 hour. All right. What do you like about the 4 hour? That we needed to retrace it? That we ran into the up close candles? What do you got with the 4 hour? Sorry, let me clean up the chart a little bit. I have all these old targets that are still on there. Are you thinking that we're going to hold this high? So what I was thinking is that we should have taken this high, to be honest with you. I was thinking we should take this, create divergence with ES as ES gets shoved in the old hourly. This whole drop move from where we were didn't make a whole lot of sense. We are in the old new week opening gaps, or excuse me, new day opening gaps, but I didn't really expect those to totally puke us like this. I figured we would get stuck and then make another run to the upside and then make this type of move. So that's that. I mean, I did not see this type of puke kind of coming. We may go to correct this low and these lows here. If I can get a good short entry, I may commit to it. So if you look on the 15-minute chart, MNQ never got into here, but regular NQ did. I'll get out of this. Hold on one second. Regular NQ did dip into there, so I'm thinking that might be the move to get short into there. I mean, we may have to wait for a retracement at this point because I don't really want to be too chasey, but that could be it. PM session, 2 p.m. 4 will most likely open, manipulate up, and then dump to the fair value gap. Okay, I like that. I'm not opposed. I don't hate where you're coming from. Bro, the kind of pattern ICT is just explained in his video. I prefer you to go watch today's video of him. It will definitely help you. Thank you, man. I'll check it out. I don't really keep up with any of his new stuff, man. Like I don't. You only need so much. MNQ 15 looks like it'll go into the discount area. I believe you. It does, doesn't it? I'm telling you, I'm targeting these lows. I like those lows. I just it's just a matter of like, you know, hopefully we don't lose our ass before we get there. You know, I need to wait for a solid entry. I do like this possible entry off of the. It may not wait. I do like the possible entry off the weekly open there. I kind of like that rejection. I might flirt with that one. See, because this might just be heavy. This might just stay heavy. It may not wait for the time aspect. It may just be heavy. Yeah, just wait for the new 4 hour. We'll go retracement up, and then you can short. You could be and probably are right. However, it may just dump, so that's why I'm taking the short off of the retrace or off of the reaction off the weekly open. You're probably correct, but price is moving pretty fast, and I kind of know it to typically continue. So, well, you know what? Here's what we'll do, man. Because I do want to have the buying power. Well, I could always just switch to my more aggressive. I have a bit of a more aggressive account that I trade outside of this challenge account. Ooh, that's nasty. All right, well, that's actually a pretty good thing, though. Oh, that's not a good thing. All right. Should have had to stop it. Learn from my mistakes. That's terrible. Hold on one second. I'm going to switch over to my other account. Hang out for 1 minute. All right. Hope you get to your TP fast. Yeah, thanks, bro. I just got absolutely wrecked. But yeah, so we have to chill it with the challenge account. This is going to be the more aggressive account now that I trade typically. That didn't show up on my chart. What, that huge spike? It's up on TradingView too, so I don't think it's really anything to dispute with Topstep. Just a manipulation candle to the upside. I definitely do want to get short again. See if it gives up the weekly open here. You can see the 1 minute bodies seem to like really be holding short. I'm gonna get after it again. I feel like it's really gonna fall over here. I'm gonna add into it. Never mind, I was on the 15, bro. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Isn't that rough? I just feel like, man, it's got to stay heavy here. You know where I could be wrong here is that if it waits for the next 15-minute candle to go down, that's where I could be wrong. I may want to wait the 3 minutes, but it'll suck if I miss the move. Gold is giving very much opportunity. Yeah, I don't really follow gold too much. I'm sure it is. I know gold's been on a tear. It's definitely, this is a tough one to hold, boys and girls. I don't know who's here. Let's see if we can set some limits. Let's buy 3. Definitely going to move the stop to even. So yeah, just kind of trying to get inside. Come on, man. You got to be kidding me if this turns around. Are you kidding me if it turns around? But yeah, just was trying to get on side with this move. You can see Topstep's wicks are not having it today. Um, after the bodies were holding weekly open, I mean, there's no waiting for this 2 p.m. candle, at least in my mind with this trade, the way we're kind of working out right now. I think we do need to fix this discrepancy between MNQ and NQ. So we have a solid move down here, good push down. I'd like to see more follow through though. I'd like us to just completely crack down. It may be wise to take half off prior to this target. See if we can get our push down. Come on. Follow through, follow through, follow through. I am going to take one there, and we'll move the stop to even off the other one. It could wait for the 15-minute candle opening in 15 seconds, and if it does that, it may want to come up and wick me out, and then then go lower. But if that's going to be the case, then so be it. We could always re-enter, but I just don't want to get caught in any more of those spike down moves. Oh, so nasty. So dirty, man. I'm going to move down here. I think the ultimate target for this down move should probably be these lows over here. They were pretty even. They were suspect. That's what I was trying to short earlier in the day that got me kind of crushed in this area. It was just a rough day on the other account. I typically don't trade this account. This one's a little bit more aggressive. I like to trade a little bit more size than on the other challenge account. The other challenge account, we took a licking today, which sucks. I mean, we were 500 away from passing today and kind of got burnt. Lost 1,000 today because people started showing up in the live, and I'm typically streaming in front of nobody. So I don't know. In my mind, it was worth taking a couple more shots at it and see if people wanted to hang out and chill around. So we've just taken that low. I think I'm gonna that's so shallow. I feel like it's really got to come down here. I'll trim one down there. Nice, dude. Great move. So we've actually, it's funny, we've pretty much flip-flopped places on the challenge account that I like typically trade and like my more aggressive account, which you're seeing right now. Yeah, that kind of sucks, but whatever. I guess whatever gets us there. Yo, Callum, thanks for joining the server, man. I don't know if you're in the chat right now. Shitty. Excuse my language. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Yo, what is with these algo candles, man? Oh my God. That's also sort of on me. I'm glad I had to stop it. I probably should have taken that off. Um, I mean, that's ugly. Yeah, rough day today in the beginning. Like, actually, like pretty upset about where we kind of got with the other challenge account. Like, should have never lost as much as we did today. I had multiple times where I kind of knew it was not going to be my day, and yeah, just kind of got smacked around, you know. So I'm upset to give back a ton because on that account we were really like we were looking at like $200 days consistently. We'll go to it here. Those are a bunch of old accounts, but so when they moved me to the new dashboard, I just got 5 and tried to lead or trade, and that did not work out too well for me. Anyway, so it's like this is a terrible day because as you can see, we're only aiming for about 10% on the account on average, which is around $200 a day. This was our one loss. Today is not the day of trading. Yeah, tell me about it. It was a rough one today. Which I kind of expected. It was just me being dumb and not paying attention to myself. So whatever. Yeah, so I took a fat L today on this account, which is like just not like me. I know better. I know so much better than to do what I did on this account. But what are you gonna do? You know, sucks to suck. So yeah. Oh, my bad. I accidentally got rid of this thing. I'm still getting used to OBS. Like sometimes it just tricks out and like takes stuff away from me. Where am I? Why aren't I up here? Okay, there we go. I also should have been smarter, like with the other account, like taking trades into discount of the range. I should have just seen it coming. I mean, like, how do you like? I don't know what I expected. I did expect it to kind of creep up and hit this high before doing anything else, but you know, damn, like have a little bit of opportunity, you know. I just really didn't expect us to puke the way we did. I thought we were at least going to come up and kind of disregard these areas, at least take this high and then move down. I was actually surprised at how well these areas worked as resistance. I was kind of looking to fade them. ES obviously moved right above these highs into this gap, which I was looking at. And then what I was really looking at, I was looking for NQ to, like, because look, we disrespect this 15-minute gap, right? I was really looking for us to come up and take this high and then create an SMT there. While ES, you know, it makes sense for ES to then stay in here in this gap, right? At least bump up against the top end of the old hourly, which it never did. It came close, but I look for like it either does it or it doesn't. Okay, so um, yeah, I was really surprised that it. So I got caught, you know, trying to get long in here, you know, like just getting crushed, you know, on my other account, and then unfortunately I think I got spiked out over here. It was just a mess all around. So tough day, man, tough day. Yeah, man. So yeah, it kind of just was like sent through the ringer today, you know? It's all good. And I guess like that was stupid. Like I should have just switched to this account when I was when people start kind of coming in here. I should have just licked the wounds on that account and figured, you know what, it is what it is. But instead, I kind of really chalked it. So I mean, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. I mean, I still have balance left on that thing to trade. It's just, man, 500 bucks away and just to lose a G. That's stupid. You know, that's poor, 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 poor. And honestly, on the other account, like I was chilling, man. Like I was good. I should have been okay. Um, it's just these news candles like kind of crushed me every single time. It's kind of crazy, kind of wild, man, kind of wild. So I don't know. I don't really know what's oh, and the worst part too. If you like go back and watch in this video, at 300, at 300 down on the other account, I kind of like told myself I didn't know what the heck was going on, and I said it out loud on stream too that I should be done. Just wish I locked out there. That sucks. So a little disappointed in that, but that's the reality. I'm not going to hide anything. I'm prone to all the dumb stuff, just like everybody else. Sometimes I trade really well. Sometimes I trade kind of crap. I like to think most of the time I have a good idea of where price is going, but I get really stubborn when I don't. It's like it's hard for me to accept when I don't understand what's happening, and that'll kind of tilt me a little bit. But the reality is that you're not supposed to understand everything that's happening. So, and when that's the case, you kind of gotta like accept it and move on. It is what it is. So we're getting shoved off the weekly open again. Take a look at my trading view charts. See if this gap wants to hold us at all. There's that hourly low that we're kind of finding some support off of. I'll try one off the wick retest here after we swept this low into the hourly low. Oh man. And a strong move kind of back up into, was looking for these highs up here. See if we can get it. If not, I mean, this thing may just puke down to fix these lows down here. And if I'm totally wrong, it's going down here. So I'm gonna actually mark that out because I'm starting to feel like I'm totally wrong. Yeah, we're gonna cut that one. I'm sorry, man, I'm not seeing your messages. When you buy an account, you can be referred by trading firms that will provide you very much and create your own community. PPI at the lowest, think you may get stopped. Monetize the account is literally $2 or 250. I don't know what you're talking about, man. When you buy an account, you can be referred by trading firms. I think you mean like a referral code. But if you really start to get your YouTube account and want to grow it, I prefer you just monetize your account. I would love to monetize the account. I don't think anybody, I don't think anybody would hate that. Um, yeah, man, I don't, you know, I would love that, but I think you need so much watch time on YouTube to get that. To monetize the account is literally 250, 200, 250. Can you bypass? Can you just pay YouTube to monetize the account? What are you saying? What witchcraft are you speaking to me right now? That would be sick if YouTube gave a monetized shortcut charge for it. I think it's probably gonna go to these lows. I'm gonna wait though, because I've said I think this, I think that, and I've gotten crushed every single time. PPI at the lows, think you might get stopped. Yeah, well, I cut it, thankfully. I agree. I agree that I might get stopped, but let's look at the 15-minute chart. Yeah, that's a healthy wick to the upside right into that weekly opening. It might just cascade fall. 30-second, what's that look like? And a fair value gap right above the 10 a.m. See if this one inverts. No, there is very much groups. They were selling the monetized accounts. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Oh, are you saying straight to funded? Like straight to funded combines? I'm sorry, man. I'm just not. We're not on the same wavelength. Yes, M&Q is now in the discount. It may hold these actually for the freaking Tesla earnings. It may hold these lows, or it's gonna run down here. But I try not to get too excited about that. I hate this and I hate this. We did reach into this gap. Trying to stay entertaining here by taking a whole bunch of trades. um, so we'll see how that works out for us. Immediate retest or immediate rebalance. Okay, that invalidated that. But I do. When was PPI? Whoever brought that up, like, what do you thought? Like from days ago, PPI? And again, we do have the SMT on these lows here. I'm kind of targeting these tweezer top highs here. That's why I'm in the long. And we did have the SMT here. I would want it to invert that. Slow, my computer's slow. I wanted it to invert that gap. Might need to wait. I should be trading with a stop because there's been so many news wicks. PMI tomorrow. Yeah. There's a lot of there's this upcoming week is like tough. Like there's PPI, there's all kinds of stuff. How long you been streaming for? Thinking, hold on 1 second. I was thinking of starting a channel. PPT is predictive price indicator. It likes to sweep it before reversing. Oh, cool. I've been just streaming. I just started this like 18 days ago or something, but I've been trading for years. And now you're watching me do stupid stuff to hopefully entertain everybody. Um, I'm typically always streaming to myself, and then I get some views like on the recordings, which are all good. Like, I'm happy that people can still watch them and find the value there, but it's nice to have a little bit of an audience. So I'm happy to take a couple trades and see what happens. I wouldn't say I'm completely out of line like trading these moves. I'm just, you know, maybe they're not the quality I would have been done way earlier today. I still do believe in the draw up here, but that's a matter of, am I gonna be stopped or not? Let's throw this like way up actually, because a piece of me is like this thing's gonna moon, absolutely moon. And we could put like a, I don't know, we could put like a limit in or something. Still getting up into this gap and rejecting. That's not a great look for me. What's the 15-minute chart look like? It's dangerous PA. Yeah, so boring when you find the setup. Yeah, it is. It is dangerous PA. It's earnings season. As soon as earnings comes in, PA becomes real crap. Like, so you have really poor follow through. It likes to hold. Like, if you trade price action and you kind of do the ICT stuff where you're trading a lot of equal highs or equal lows, it tends to hold those like till after market. Like, it'll kind of hold the liquidity, which makes sense from the logic that you trade, but. Uh, it's super annoying, like to like hang in there and trade with. So we're getting ran on here, but I'm kind of counting on this to be held since it's SMT. I'm actually even thinking about a cheap ad. Yeah. And if it wants to go lower, then so be it. It'll go lower. But I like the fact that these 1 minutes might, that could just be a cheap ad, a value ad to go higher. But I don't want to be punting the accounts like too much. I'm happy to, entertain as people come into the chat room, but I don't want to completely punt away, you know, combines. But, would love to obviously keep everybody interested. We have these equal lows down here. Could target them, could wait for earnings. So there's hope. A couple weeks ago, I was killing it. Then this week, my model is just not working the same. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, look, there's a lot of uncertainty in the markets right now as far as like, the trade war stuff, like the macro fundamentals very, very foggy. Um, dude, you shouldn't look at S&Ts on the 1 minute. Well, I actually look at S&Ts on the 15 second, so try that one. Uh, I understand what you're saying though. I totally get what you're saying. Hey, I called that sweep. Good sweep, brother. Um, what were we talking about? Oh, right. Yeah, there is definitely hope. And like I said, earnings always makes the market funky, like especially in PM session. It's not great. I think we could go for these lows down here. We'll see. Yeah, that's a pretty nice invert there. I don't want to chase it that low. Trump or just earnings? Both, actually. So obviously there's always headline risk. There's algo risk and headline risk with, Trump's headlines. But like, see, that's gross. I mean, that type of PA is disgusting, dude. Um, yeah, I mean, but earnings more so in terms of like earnings. Price tends to leave objectives a whole lot like before hitting them. Like that's why I'm not chasing these moves because I'm afraid, excuse me, it'll get close and then just turn around. Not to take the liquidity out because it'll save it for post earnings release. Probably let's watch this gap next on ES here. Then we'll nuke some size. So that would have been a reasonable short to take. Just considering the ES target as well. Watch out, I got a cat over here coming over. What's up, brother? $150 to 210 macro. Yeah, I don't really pay too much attention to that stuff, my man. They're not reliable enough. They don't happen. I haven't seen them work consistently enough for me to like pay them too much mind. I will look at like hourly opens though. So I guess there's something to them in that respect. But I don't really pay too much respect to or too much attention to the macro times. Or really what they're even supposed to do. Like I do believe like the last 10 minutes of the hour and the first 10 minutes of the hour are definitely important. The last 15 minutes and the first 15 minutes are definitely important times to look at the top and the bottom of the hour. But I don't really expect them to do much. If you think about how the candle forms itself, you could like have some sort of open high low close logic to those times is like, well, we should be putting in the low and then the close. So maybe you're looking to trade some sort of bounce retracement in that last 10 minutes, or if you're looking to trade the expansion of the candle, well, then in the first 15 minutes, you'd probably look for it to manipulate lower, right, to make that bottom wick and then go higher. All right, Luca, praying for you, brother. I think you have a shot because ES just left this gap alone on the 15. And NQ, like I said, can target these equal lows. I may ride with you, but we'll see. I might look for value. A better spot to get some value because I'm a little skeeved. Actually, I do have the SMT on the top ends here. But yeah, I'm gonna hold off, Mr. Luca. Oh man, I've been at the desk for far too long today. Typically done in like 45 minutes. So I've been at the desk all day. All day, all day, all day. But yeah, I'm glad people are hanging out and enjoying the stream. This is the type of Luca, this is what I'm talking about, man. See this type of move? This is the type of stuff that earnings days love to do. Stop just shy of liquidity targets and then just rip in the opposite direction for no real reason. Other than obviously saving, it's just engineering liquidity on either ends of the market. And obviously it depends, man. So today's Tesla earnings, right? So I'm expecting it to have an impact. Other earnings releases are not going to like, certain stuff won't care as much. It's really just larger companies that are going to influence. So you have Google on Thursday, I think. And then somebody else on Friday. Here's that old gap. Let's see if it wants to play off of it. Into a 5-minute fair value gap as well. 3-minute gap as well. All right, Luca. I kind of like it now. I don't like this right up here. I'd like this to get corrected. It's not quite what I would like to see it do. Didn't quite go into that gap just yet. That's a better stab into it. Now I'll try it. After I corrected this and the bodies are still respecting the inverse here, let's see if we can get a little bit of traction. I'm going to run the stop all the way up here. But I'd like to see this pretty much move now. Like, you know what I mean? I'd want it to move pretty quick. Otherwise, I'm going to start cutting size on it. I'm going to add some a little bit. Just as it seems like we're going to start moving lower. 5-second chart doesn't look terrible. I like the gap here. It just needs to close below this low. Nice. That's what we like to see. Let's see some follow through now. Yeah, 5-second was beautiful. A lot of low resistance lows here. Luca, hopefully you didn't get stopped out, man, and now you're kind of almost even now. I'd assume you'd be right. I'm going to run the stop all the way back. And again, we're going to target these lows or ES to run up into this gap, but I'm definitely going to be trimming some just because of the stupidness that happens with earnings. So I'm going to get ready to start trimming here. We W together, brother. Amen. 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 I like it. I don't like it stalling there, bro, though. I want us to kind of push up. I'm going to trim a couple there. Move the stop to even again. So now we've recovered almost all of our dumb trades. And again, like I said, I really want ES to enter into this gap, but earnings, earnings could be earnings and do the dumbness. So I would definitely tread carefully here, my man. Nobody's safe. When am I up? Like 20 points. Does that get me there? No. I was going to cut one more just to get it back to even. But, we'll just hold. Screw it. That's that hourly low for that hourly fair value gap, I believe. Also, sorry if the clinking is annoying. I just shuffle poker chips and while I wait for trades to pan out or if I wait for a new trade. Save the stop. All right, it's got to puke here, bro. It's got to puke here, brother. If not, I think we might be in trouble. 3-minute looks nice. That's a nice rejection on the 3-minute. I don't like how there's this volume imbalance above us. So preferably we run to target now and I don't have to deal with that. Watching ES here. Let's nervously shuffle the chips again. It's looking good. Hope I didn't just jinx it. I might have. You see that move on ES? I might have. Yuck. Yuck, man. I'm sorry if I did it. I didn't mean it. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, it barely touched into there. Dude, I'm going to clear. Do I diamond hand it? What do you think, chat? Diamond hands? I don't think so. You want my honest opinion? I think weak hands, and we cut 2 of them. Or at least 1. Let's be cool about this, man. $12 loss I can live with. Dumb after being up 300, but what are you gonna do? Just puke already. Quit playing around. Give me and my boy money. Right? What are we doing? Just puke the lows. Is it so much to ask for? God. Right? Can we get any agreement around here? The heck? Luca, the longer this is taking, I caught a 1 to 9 this morning. Hell yeah. The longer this is taking, the more eerie feeling I'm getting about it. You're still in half? Okay, that's cool. As long as you trim some, I think it's a smart idea. I hate how we're bobbing around these areas, Luca. You know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing in my head a strong candle to the upside that's just going to wick us out. Yeah, I mean, I've seen this movie a million times before. I've seen it a million times, brother. Dude, piece of me really wants to just shove another 5 contracts down NQ's throat, but we're gonna be cool, cool and disciplined, especially after taking out these highs and like into this gap and running away. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't hate it, but I know better, so I'm not going to. Yeah, seen it before. I've seen the movie before and I hate it. Look at that. Did we or did we not know it was coming? Gross. Yuck. Probably run up into this volume imbalance now and then just try to puke again. Blah, 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 blah. Gross. What a nasty day. What an absolutely horrid day. Get some W's though for the call, right? Even though it sucked. Even though it was like not in favor of what I wanted to happen. We get a little bit of love for that. This is probably just going to take off, isn't it? "15-second SMT. Do we try it? Are we psychos? Are we psychos? I don't know, man. Stop that break even. Oh well. Yeah. I'd say, listen, man, what are you going to do? That's basically a win. At least we took off a couple, right? At least we got off a couple of them. YM used for what? Really just like SMT, but that's if like I really have no clear read on the day. It's mainly just here to be here. You know what I mean? It's invited to the party because you don't want to leave them out. You know what I'm saying? So YM is just there for really SMT, and that's only if I feel like I can't get a read on the other indexes, just using ES and NQ, which is rare. Oh my God. So Tesla earnings probably seems like ES is going to rip these lows for Tesla earnings. Probably that'll be probably saved. So here's the 4-hour candle running up, and it'll probably actually take out the lows. So the question is are we going to run like way high? Wow, look at that. Yeah, what I would be wondering is, are we going to really pump up to highs pump? Guys, I just want to nuke one so I can get off this computer. I'm so done, man. I'm so tired. I don't want to do it anymore. I got my cat scratching my chair. Like he cares. You don't care. Oh, I don't want to short it because I think this tweezer gets taken. Otherwise, I would be looking at that SMT as a short. But the structure is what's keeping me out of it here. Yeah, there it goes for that tweezer. So these low time frame cues you start to pick up on after you watch the charts every day for forever. You'll start to kind of see these patterns that end up playing out. And it's all about draw, you know, so then you can, I might YOLO and get short at the 15-minute breaker. Honestly, bro, I feel you. That's where my brain is at. But let's not, you know, let's not be too crazy now. Let's not get too nuts. Let's try to be cool about this, man. Need to get rich ICT. That's funny. It's a pretty funny username. I'm pretty sure the sentiment though is the same for everybody. Where's that 15-minute breaker? Oh, you're there. Hey, you know, shit. Good luck. Best of luck to you. I wouldn't look. I don't think it's a terrible draw. Like I like the draw for the 4-hour. You know what I mean? It takes out the 4-hour low, ES into that 15-minute gap, and the hourly. I don't hate it. You know, I actually kind of like it. It's just a matter of like where are we going? Did we take out that high yet? I'll see how ES reacts. See how ES reacts around the weekly open here. That'll be telling. Be responsible. I'd rather not. You've been trading for years. Have you gone crazy yet? Oh, yeah. I've completely lost my shit multiple times. Dude, it's bound to happen. I mean, it's like you're lucky if you don't go into psychosis. I mean, like, I think part of it was just kind of giving into the fact that, like, you're never gonna know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, part of this is like, part of it is just truly a gamble. You know what I mean? Like, you have your draw, you have narrative, but at the end of the day, you're pulling the trigger and you're taking a chance. And I think until you get comfortable with that and the fact that sometimes the market is going to act irrationally, not to like what you know to be true, it'll actually do the opposite. And sometimes you can anticipate it, but that's a very slippery slope, you know, to start fading yourself. I'm sorry, I might. Sorry, I just want to lock in real quick here because I am kind of liking this short. I am, but I just see this is this might be a fade myself moment and kind of believe in. Fuck it. I was gonna say this may be a fade myself moment and like not take the short because again, like just kind of believing in what's gonna happen with earnings, like how typically the market will act irrationally. But yeah, anyway, as I was saying, like fading yourself is a slippery slope because what you do is you build up a whole lot of like distrust in what you do. You kind of have to have rules for like when you're gonna fade what you know to be true and when you're not going to fade what you know to be true. So on days like today, I typically will fade what I know to be true because I understand that the market's gonna act stupid because of earnings, right? It's like way more than I want to lose on this stupid trade, and I really, really feel like it's not gonna pan out for me. Yeah. But yeah, so like you really just have to you got to keep it in perspective, man. Equal high, scary. Yeah, it's scary, but SMT. So the only thing that's scary, man, is like the fact that it would make sense for the SMT not to hold. That's why any other time I'm like SMT. I don't care that there's equal highs there. It's just the fact that it's pre-earnings. And markets are going to act irrationally. So this is like I said, it's one of those times where I feel like you kind of have to fade your rationale because it's just not going to work. Like market's going to do stuff that is out of the ordinary. It's like right now. It's probably going to take this high and then stop me out. Or take the high and then roll back over. May want to move into the wicks or something. I'm going to add some cheap ones there. 3 more cheap ones. I mean, it's like a bargain buy, bargain sell, really. Love to see that. We're going to cut some for a small loss. So this was the bargain ad. I just rather keep this average than what it was before. So I took about $70 loss there to just basically switch my averages around from that ad. When do you think things will go back to normal PA wise? Always post earnings. So there's 2 really crappy times for PA. Okay, so there's earnings season where the PA is like crap, and it's really only on big names. So like like big tech names, earnings trash. And then you have contract rollover. Typically, the first couple weeks of rollover, it's the worst, bro. So I hate trading like the beginning of rollover, and I hate trading earnings season, like PM session earnings season. AM session earnings season is totally different story. Like everything's okay, but PM session earnings season, the worst of all time. Is this really going to do this to me right now? I mean, you know how many times it has done this? It's made equal lows just to come up and stop me out. Dude, this is the type of stuff that's going to like absolutely drive me insane for today. Is it going to make me add more? Yeah, it is. When is rollover? Rollover is like the 3rd Friday of every beginning of the month or something, or the 2nd Friday. I don't know. We could look it up though. I just want to see what's going to happen with this trade. I think I might get demolished for another 50 beans. I added more because it gave me the opportunity and it made these stupid equal lows. And I really wouldn't be surprised like if it just rolls over again. Just to like max pain is whipsaw action like this. Can you give the timeline, please? I'm gonna roll over dead with it. Yeah, hold on, brother. Let me figure out. Roll over. So we just moved for this contract. Oh, this is gonna spike up on me, isn't it? Whatever, 50 bucks. If I'm right, it's gonna spike down. So we'll take the odds. Let's see. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Yep. Okay, so rollover for this current monthly contract is going to be when is that? Give me the date. I think it's going to be June 20th. Friday, June 20th is going to be rollover for this upcoming one. What strat do I use? I trade ICT, but I don't trade any single, like I trade inversions. I just trade the concepts and I trade the price action. I trade like a draw. Like really what I do is I'm trying to figure out where the draw is and then I just try to get on sides with price. I don't have a specific model that I like to trade. Like really what IC teaches is how to understand the price action and where the draw is. So you don't need to stick to a specific, I think you should, like it's probably good to stick to a specific model, probably keep you out of a hell of a lot more trouble. But I don't know, I'm a believer that like you can figure out a way to get on side with price as long as you understand where it's headed. See, we swept that high, now it's probably gonna roll over because this is the irrationality of like earnings season, and I like these lows over here. So we just disregarded the SMT, but I'm like, would not be surprised to see it just do a full retrace now. So you kind of have to pick and choose when your when your narrative is going to work and when it's not. Could it go higher into the balanced price range? Yeah, maybe, but if it's going to do that, I'm thinking it's probably going to just go way higher. So I want to add into that just a touch. I'm not trying not to be afraid of this fair value gap. I don't know how much it really holds because of the nasty spike down here. I also want to make sure that that's the case also on the NQ contract and not just MNQ. So it does sort of appear, so what is that, 14, 13? Yeah, it's like sort of similar there. So I'm okay with that being the way it is. I should have a stop up because I don't want to get caught in an algo spike and just completely fry the account. Kind of tell that it was coming. So how many years have you been in trading for? How many years have you been in this for? I probably, wow, I think I discovered ICT in 2020. So I only really seriously started to trade, like really, really try to buckle down. And, obviously this is a little bit of dumb stuff, but again, we're all good with the viewership here. Yeah, I honestly would like longs too, but that is the problem. It's, that type of thing exists. So, uh, yeah. And I don't want to close out of the trade just yet because I feel like I want to wait for that wick to load. If the wick came down here, then I'm definitely in bad shape, but it doesn't. I'm looking at trading view and it hasn't happened yet. Come on, go down there. You know you want to. What was I saying? What was I saying? I'm gonna get stopped here, aren't I? That's so annoying. Look, I was just building the liquidity. Yeah, we could be caught off sides. Who knows? But what was I saying? I don't even know where we were. I'm distracted. Oh, right. I've been trading. Oh, seriously for about 3 years. Trading seriously for about 3 years. Discovered in 2020 though. This is so beyond tilting. That might be a reverse here. I just really like. I don't see why we wouldn't take these lows. Besides, the obvious fact that they're BS, like earnings season stuff. But um, that's what I think these are going to be for. So I'm kind of rationalizing why not these in the meantime. Ugly, 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 ugly. I feel like if I'm going to get stopped out, I'm just going to have to re-enter short because it's going to come up into this gap. It's probably going to reject. Yeah, yeah. I wonder if it holds, man. See what I'm saying with this BS, dude? Total trash, brother. All right, come on. You want to suck me in? Then so be it. I'll try it again. And then before I absolutely incinerate, we're just going to cut this one. Cut the trade at least, or cut the stream just because I'm tired, man. It's been a long day. Oh, there's 16 people in here now. Maybe we'll just keep on going. Ay, 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 right? So I'm just looking at this 15-minute balance price range um, here. See if we're going to hold. Are in that breaker. There's reason to believe, but I feel like earnings, we might just crawl to the upside all day and then puke Tesla earnings. My man might be right. Who said that? You BOGO? I think you're probably right, brother. I'm debating if I want to take it here. Yeah, I'll reverse it, and hopefully it doesn't come back into this gap. Into the midpoint. Wait for somebody to take this high. Oh, YM just did. That might be a quick 100 back-to-back, or this should be a breakaway. I'm thinking that's kind of my logic here. I'll add another one into it in hopes that this is a breakaway gap here on the 15-second chart. I'm going to add more on the breakaway off of hopefully it really starts to push up here. I'm going to mark out this high for ES. Watch it go shorts now. Yeah, I know, right, dude? That is how it works. Yeah, I don't know, man. Who knows anymore? At this point, we're just we're fighting for our life over here. Gonna be forced to trim some as ES takes into that high. That's a hell of a move, isn't it, boys? I'll take a couple there. Why not? You're revenge trading like me. I don't accept losing trades. I'm trying to fix it. Yeah, we're definitely pissed. We're definitely pissed off today, my man. I wouldn't say so. If I was revenge trading, like in all honesty, I would be on the account that I originally got smoked on. This is an account, and I don't want to say as a toy around account. I've been doing well. It's just one that I typically like to trade a little bit more aggressively. Excuse me. It and it's definitely a lot of flip-flopping, which is synonymous with like or not synonymous. It's very, what's the word? It's very it makes a lot. Why am I word blanking? My brain is so fried. Like I've completely crushed mental capital, by the way, from today. Like never waste that. Um, what do you call it, man? It's very like it's I'm discombobulating. Somebody want to help me out? Can I get some like some help? Damn. What is it? What's the word? We might have to move the stop to break even because of the S&T on these highs. And we may then move back up into here. All right, let's just pray here. It's not synonymous. Synonymous doesn't really make sense. 1 minute S&T, guys. Yeah, yo, call me a break, brother. Go back and watch my other videos. All right, go back and watch the other videos where I'm using 15-second S&T. I sort of know what I'm talking about. But anyway, I know you're just joshing. I know you're messing. Yeah, like all the reverse or whatever is like very much like revenge trading. But yeah, I'm reversing bias because I'm just trying to figure out what logic to use. Like obviously, real logic. Like I'm not longing this market on all these failure swings. Like that's stupid, and I wouldn't have longed down here either. Like that's also dumb. But the new logic that I'm trying to get myself to buy is the reverse logic of like what doesn't make any sense. And what doesn't make any sense is that the fact that this market is not taking those lows. But yeah, I don't know, like, so that's why it seems like, we're flip-flopping a whole lot, but it's just me trying to fight the instinct of what is typically correct and kind of swallow the pill of like what is now wrong, I guess. What's wrong is right because of how earnings season. And you only get to understand why that's the move through screen time. It's only because I've been through so many earnings seasons. I've been burned so many times trying to trade, the PA, like what I know to be true, and just getting wrecked by it. So that's kind of what I was trying to say, like earlier, is like you have to know when to fade yourself. And it's a slippery slope because you can build distrust in your analysis, but you need to understand like when the things that you usually lean on are going to fail, and that's like this is that time. Earnings season is that time. Rollover is that time, and you could either sit it out, which I would recommend. I wouldn't recommend trade it at all, but if you're going to trade it, you have to be willing to kind of go against what you know to be true. But obviously the all-out best answer is to just not trade it. Just don't trade. Don't trade when shit is not acting accordingly. Don't fade yourself when you don't have to. That's my soapbox. Ooh, I feel like we're gonna get stopped out here. I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Whoa, we're still here. Yes, sir. Imagine trading in 2025 couldn't be me. Yeah, right. We're still alive. 15-minute balanced price range for the win. Now it's going to come down and stop me so I could watch it happen. That's how brutal this market is. All right, it's going to come down, take my stop at even, so I could see it. It's max pain. That is max pain. Wouldn't that be funny? So how'd everybody else do today? Is everybody else surviving, or like what's the deal? I mean, you're all here now, and you weren't here 2 hours ago to witness the monstrosity that was, my other account. But what do you call it? That one I tilted on. Whoever said revenge trader, that was revenge earlier. So if you want to see that, definitely go back in the video and watch the other account. That's revenge trading. So yeah. You taking partials or not? I mean, I already did. Like this position was nine whole, micros. So I already partialed out most on that spike up. So I'm kind of letting, and also I'm not doing so. Okay, say this was like my first trade of the day, right? Or say I hadn't taken any partials yet. Okay. What I would do, sorry, my cat's crawling all over the place. Hopefully it doesn't hotkey me into a shitstorm. What I would do is on the SMT, I would definitely be partialing. Whether I believe it's going to hold or not, I would definitely take partials because then, and you'll hear me talk about this in my other streams if you go back and watch them. Dude, give me a break. I don't have time for this. Where was I? See, now my brain's gone. Now my brain's gone. They completely ruined it. Oh, right. Because then the question that you have to ask yourself, well, okay, like I may not believe that the S&T is going to hold, but if my stop is at even, do I believe now my stop is in jeopardy? So it's the same as like that's why I'll then partial out because it's like, all right, well I have an opportunity to make money off of this trade, and the S&T may not be real, but it pays for me to partial here because my stop may not be safe, and that's kind of the same situation here. So I don't believe that this stop is safe to any sort of retracement. So I would typically partial. You gotta hop off the charts, bro. Too much screen time. Yeah, Lupin, tell me. OBS Studio disconnected, reconnecting. All right, we're back. I lost 1K, then made 1.5K. Now I'm messing on a combine like you. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's just kind of like I'm happy to listen to Lupin be on the screen 24/7. Yeah, Lupin, you don't know what you're talking about, man. This is what it takes. You want to be a winner or not? I'm looking over here at my phone. I'm like, stupid. I should look at the camera. Sorry, I'm dumb. Being dumb. What else is new for the rest of the day? I mean, we were up like $300 in this account. And then I punted it away just to like keep people entertained in this chat. This is the first time I've had more than like 10 viewers at a time. In the mornings, dude, it's just me talking to myself. Less is more. I know, Lupin. I'm just busting your chops, man. I know you're 100% right. Anybody rational should be off of the charts. But yeah, I'm happy to have the crew around. Like it's cool. I'm typically talking to myself half the time in the mornings. So my eyes are like closing so tired. Yeah, let's see what we got over here. So my guess here is that the 4-hour candle is just going to be a real pain. And let's see, maybe halfway. Like, what are we looking at, boys? What do we think? I think half of the move. Well, we're there on ES. How about here? Almost. So we have a little bit of room. So what I did, I just marked out quarters of that 4-hour wick. Yeah, I'm in the U.S. Give me 10K for somebody, boys and tie. All right. Yo. Where am I at? Yeah, I'm in the U.S. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like my brain's fried. I'm fried, boys. It's gone. Brain is gone. I know as soon as I partial out of this position right now, because I'm starting to feel like, you know what, dude, it's probably time for a partial. That's probably gonna rip, so we'll take off too. How was I not even close to making my money back there? Oh, this is so boring. I just want to rip it in there, dude. This is why you do cocaine. Oh my God. I think we go to 18,367 and we get a small reversal. 18,367. Is that midpoint of the gap? I don't even feel like moving my mouse right now. I think it is. We'll see. We'll see if it wants to take this high, my man. Like right now, yes, it's still trudging around, but we still haven't taken that high that I mentioned, the 1-minute SMT that need to get rich ICT was busting my chops on. And I knew as soon as I took partials, this thing was probably going to take off to the moon. Oh, man. I should get paid to do this, right? Shouldn't I? No, cocaine is bad. Nobody do cocaine. Cocaine's bad. Lupin, now we're talking. I think it's going to rip through that high, isn't it? Hold on 1 second. I'm getting a call. BRB. We're back. Bro can't have a rest. Who's having a rest? Me? What'd I tell you, dude? I told you it was going to blow through. Did I or did I not? Have I or have I not seen this movie before, my friends? Have I or have I not? I told you soon. But you know what? Anybody who's long, you're welcome. Because I knew, man, that I was not going to, the market was not going to rip up until I took off most of my position. So, I don't know. Whoever's long, you're welcome. You're welcome. You see what I do for you guys? I sacrifice for you guys. My mental clarity, my mental state, and my money. All these things. It's ridiculous. Oh my God. I'm so tired. Tired. Trying to take my crazy. I still gotta go to the gym today. Like, how am I supposed to go lift back today? All right, how am I supposed to lift back? This market's gonna go back to the highs. Or Lupin smoking crack. This market goes back to the highs, brother. Rip a little creatine. A little dry scoop. Why not? What time is it for me? For me, it's 2:38. Hat Lupin give me signals. What's he saying? Let's see what he's got, dude. Sibi at 1310 is the terminus. So 110. So you like it up here. All right, man. You know, I'm not gonna battle you. If that's what you like, that's what you like. Full port long. Bet. Fucking hammer the buy button. This is a degenerate crew we got working out over here. I don't hate it. I don't hate the vibe. I think you guys probably would hate the way I trade in the morning because it's a lot more boring and like passing on a lot of trades, except for today. Totally. Well, I did pass on a lot of trades, and that's what kind of caused me to tilt a little bit. Fed Barkin says many reasons to be concerned about consumer spending. Oh, you don't say. It's not that groceries have been, God knows how much for the past, I don't know, year and a half. The Fed makes no sense to me sometimes. Told you we will get small reverse to 18,336. I mean, did we get it yet? Not yet. I mean, it's happening. No hatching the chickens until, whatever. You're probably right, and it's going to take my stop. Because look at those equal lows right by that 15-minute balance price range. Degenerate, I'd say enlightened. I like the way you think, dude. I really do. I think me and you are on the same wavelength. Oh my God. Ay, 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 ay. Should we rip it, guys? Should we just rip it? What are we even doing here anymore? What are we even doing, man? What are we doing? I think we do. Do we rip it? I don't know. 1 minute imbalance. What's gonna happen? Finally took this high. I don't know. Do we do it? Do we just go 10? Buy, 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 buy? Baby, buy, buy, buy. Full port for me entertainment. I do have a lot of resets. But no, man, I don't want to just completely piss away an account. Yeah, we'll see. If we can get a good trade, we'll rip one. All right, if we can get a good signal, I'll rip it long or short, depending. And by rip it, like maybe 20 mini or 20 micros. We're not putting in 5. I mean, like a cold 5 contract ripper is like, what am I just asking for death? Trading broke, questioning life. Dude, I mean, come on. If you haven't questioned what life is after driving yourself absolutely mad doing this crap, you obviously have not spent enough time. Market is done, juice is out. Lupin, you could be right, bro. You could be. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. I don't know, there's a little bit of juice. Maybe we should have full ported. 5 contracts would have been good. Five minis would have been tight there. We probably would have hit our 1450 auto liquidate. Should we try? Should we try to get it? Don't tempt me. So the only thing that's keeping me from adding right now are these lows. Because I really do like that. Like from a genuine perspective, I do like the invert here. We did just negate the SMT on the M1. Obviously, I mean, ES is going to be pulling for this wickless candle high into this volume imbalance. That makes a whole lot of sense to me. But, I hate this and I hate this. So should we just rip it anyway and just get out and be done? I love you guys, but I don't really want to do this anymore. There's more SMT on the 1 minute now. Go ahead, crack the jokes. 1310 Civi. My man is not giving up on that 1310 Civi. So for who though? Are you like for ES? Because if it's ES, then you're 100% correct. If it's NQ, you're probably still correct, but you're gonna have to wait. Spool in 2 minutes. What is it? 2:45? Is that your macro time? Final 15 minutes. Should I fade myself right now and go short? I think so. Oh, that was a mistake. We're out of the long now. I thought ES had taken this, and if ES did, I was definitely going to be short here. Now I have to wait. I gotta get out. Let's see what happens, boys. That's now that's the move that I'm looking for. Cheap short. 11 contracts, 11 micros. Give me the butter. Give me the butter. Rip it. Come on, boys. Rip it. Toot, 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 toot. Come on. I think we're in trouble. Come on. Be good. Be kind. Be kind. Be kind. Be kind. Be kind. Be kind. Let's go. Entertainment. Who else is doing it? Not me. I mean, not anybody else. I don't know. What are we saying? Guys, I'm probably going to have to trim a couple just to cover my loss. I don't want to get crushed just because you guys told me to, because you're bad influences. Come on. All right, I could live with a $60 loss from there. I'm sorry, I paper-handed it. I just feel like I'm wrong. We were lucky that it even gave us a little bit of a show there. Yeah, Dragonov, I am still here, but this is a different account, brother. The other account we hit $1,000 max loss. Ain't nobody tell you to short. I told me to short. And you said yes, short for your entertainment. So you're welcome, by the way. But I wanted to short anyway because I like these equal lows, and I like the fact that we had SMT and ES went up and tapped this little wickless candle. Like, it all made sense to me. All the stars aligned, all the astrology was coming together. Okay, and I felt like ripping it, so I ripped it, dude. Cry me a river. And I think I'm going to be right. If that really, if that helps, I think I'm going to be correct. Just kidding. I think we're probably fried. Ooh, yeah, that was it. Yo, double yo size. Yeah, I did. We're on entertainment mode, Dragonov. We have some people in the chat, so we're ripping it. We're doing a little bit of the ripping. I low-key hate that I let go of my long, because I feel like I could have just 110 incoming looping. Yes, sir. All eyes are on your call, man. Wow. Got my cat out here. You guys even see the cat? Selling price hits da 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 da. All right, I hear you. I like it. Buddy. I need you to sit down over here. I got to give the people a little bit better of a view. We have Lupin's 110 fair value gap all the way up here. How much P&L today? I got crushed, Dragonov. I lost 1,000 in the main challenge account. This is just this is my more aggressive account. We were up like 300 and I punted away some, like, I don't know, all 300 a bit plus, dude. But it's all good. Whatever keeps people happy. Happy and entertained as I lose my sanity. Yeah, dude, I got crushed. So I wanted to stop at 300 or whatever earlier, but yeah, people started 2% in one day. Yeah, got smacked. But well, one, I was a little tilted on the day, and then two, there were some people. Today was an awkward session. No, Dragonov, I just overtraded, man. I just started tilting a little bit, and just couldn't get on side, like just using too much size. But yeah, it was an awkward session. But to be honest with you, Lupin, I knew that we were going up today, and if you want to join the Discord, I was upward biased. And if you want to re-watch I don't know, there was like 1,010,000 times I could have made my money back today. Sorry, my cat's just all over the place right now. There was like 3 times where I could have made it back, where I was in shorts, looking for continuation and just never got it. So yeah, and then like once I lost the 300, or like once I went from 3 to 5, and then some people came in, and I said, okay, I'll give myself another 750. Some more people came in. Okay, I'll let it go to 1,000 hard stop. Hit the 1,000 hard stop. And then we came in here, smashed a trade for like 300 or some dollars, but then punted it away because more and more people started coming in, which is fine. Like it's just nice to try to grow the channel a little bit, because man, like we've been talking to a wall. So You risk too much for real. Occasionally, yeah, I'm human, man. What do you want me to say? Sometimes I mess up. All right, I'm not perfect all the time, but I'm perfect most of the time. Same, I was long, but the framework was not nice. Yeah. It was I just Lupin, there were these all these equal lows, like there was all these failure swings on the lows where I just couldn't get involved. Like I just felt dumb longing there because I just felt like we were going to continue to run higher, or excuse me, run lower before. So in that mind, I'm like, well, why would I enter now if I can get a better entry later? And it just never gave it to me. So, and then obviously the downside, was hard for me to trust the downside. Like I didn't think we should have puked the way we did up here. I was looking for us to come up into this high and then puke. So that was unfortunate. I didn't really see that coming. Yeah, dude, it was just a tough day, man. Tough day. And honestly, the joke is on me though. I should have cut the real challenge account at 300 loss today, and then once people were in here, I should have just immediately switched to my kick around account, which is this one here. Um, but that's on me. Like part of me just wanted to make it back. You know, like I said, I'm human. You know, I wanted that day back. But what are you gonna do? Oh my god, tired, tired. I'm gonna say down for earnings, or at least mark it down at some point. Oh, Lupin, we're getting close, bro. I should have held that damn long. I would have been like barely even. Like, big deal. What is this? 50% of what? Just let me go home. Let me be done. Is that hourly? 4 hour? Oh, that's the 4 hour candle. That's what it is. Half. All right. Lupin, I'm fading you for now. Yeah, you really should have. Yeah, thanks, bro. I know. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. More entertainment for my boy Lupin. I think maybe this candle's low. I kind of like these candles lows. Are you open to personal questions about trading? Sure, I guess, depending. I mean, you could ask them, and I'll let you know if it's too much. No, dude, need to get rich. You don't get to ask, bro. I know it. You don't. No, I'm kidding. You could ask. Anybody could ask whatever. I mean, if I answer it, that's another story. But you know, where do you live and what's your what? Your bank card. Oh my God. See, this is why you don't get to ask questions, man. I know you don't. Your bank card. I know you don't get to ask questions. I don't have enough money, man. I don't have enough money for you to steal. You don't want to know what's in my bank account. Is Lupin gonna crush me here, man? Lupin, are you gonna hurt me here? What's your social security number? That it's 215 7077 3535. That's my SSN. Just kidding. Never. That could be somebody. So please don't. Like, I don't. Actually, I don't think we're in the 215s of Social Security. So it's actually probably okay. But I wouldn't try anyway. Don't get me in trouble for your stupid fraud. Write that down. Write it down. I'm up 200 on long. Shh. Hey, yeah. Why are you fading me too now? Luca, what the heck, dude? I thought we were boys. I thought we were friends, Luca. Contemplating closing? I don't know, man. It's honestly 50-50. I kind of like the 5-minute candle lows because they're pretty wickless. So that's why I'm short. But if you look on the 15, it's pretty much the same thing too. Obviously getting smoked right now. And why I got short too is because bodies were kind of respecting the 15-minute, like we moved up into this gap, right? And then we also had half of the 4-hour wick. We're kind of respecting ES, kind of went up to 3/4 of that 4-hour wick. That's all. That's what I'm looking at right now. 3 o'clock open in 5 minutes. Yeah, hopefully it drives us down, brother. Although I'm probably gonna have to cut this at some point because I'm just getting smacked around. I'm gonna add on that. Hopefully I can get out of this trade. Do we add again for entertainment purposes, guys? Probably, right? I've taken half off, stop loss at break even. Yeah, I like that. Loop in. Hate you, dude. Might have to call it here, gents. Oh, 300 is rough. Oh, I accidentally fat finger added. I gotta get out. I accidentally fat finger added some more there. That was a mistake. This type of trading scares me. Yeah, it should scare you. If you want to see less scary trading, dude, just go back and watch all my other lives. Be warned, you might get stood. Yeah, man. Yeah, if you want to see like responsible trading, just watch all the other, literally every day except for today. See what like there's some people in here that I'm trying to like, entertain, for Christ's sakes. Am I really, am I stupid for getting out of my short? Maybe. Well, whatever. Pause on that. I can't send photos. Thanks for subscribing, bro. I got some executions on my channel too. Lupin Bennett. All right, Lupin, I'll check it out, bro. Show a little bit of love. We're definitely ripping it in there at some point. I promise you that. Just waiting for the right opportunity. Just haven't gotten it. Lupin be in it. Let's not fight the trend, eh? I want to fight it. I'm choosing violence, Luca. I'm choosing violence and I'm feeling dangerous. I think it's time to fight. I think we throw hands. I think we throw hands, Luca. There's half of that 4-hour wick. At war with ES. Oh no! You know what, man, that one I'll long actually. I'd be happy to long that one. And I'll add into it too. Because I like how we're using the midpoint of that 4-hour wick to run higher now. I'm not opposed to it. At war with ES. We do have SMT between NQ. Wow, am I being dumb? $259 from From inception crack, yeah. Actually, you know what? I think 3 o'clock may take us lower. Honest opinion. I'm going to reverse it here because we have this slight SMT at the highs. I'm going to just kind of choose to trust here. And that 3 o'clock is going to puke us low. The question is where? At this point, I mean, it's just a gamble. But yeah, I kind of like the SMT here. I don't like how we're holding the 15-minute midpoint or the midpoint of the 4-hour wicks. Don't like that. But I think if we're going to totally crack down for, well, that's a huge stop. Whatever. I'm praying it goes lower for your P&L. Yeah, dude, I mean, it makes two of us. I think it'll probably run higher, though, if you want my honest opinion. I think it's definitely fade yourself. What's today? Tuesday? Fade yourself Tuesday. So I don't know. We're about to find out. There goes 3 o'clock. Should we add? It's not running as fast as I thought it would. So immediately, I mean, I'm not loving this action. I'm actually going to reverse it. Maybe run up into these highs. Stops at even after it ran up into these highs. Let's just move this up. Hopefully we get back. This is so mean. What's so mean? Oh. All right, now it pukes. Do we rip it? Do we rip it in, boys? I might trust it. Let's trust the high. Everything we love and know is on this high. Okay? Everything we love and know is on the high. Show me love. We've actually never been so wrong in our lives. Yes, full port. Full port, I will. Don't tempt me, bro. I'll do it right now. Quit playing. 10 minis? Bet. Oh, let me reshort on this retracement real quick. Say less. That's really playing games, though. I'll add 10 more. I'm so wrong. I've never been more wrong in my life. Here comes the cat. Oh, God. We need all the power to be down. Okay? That's what we need. We need everybody's power to think down. Down, everybody. That's what we're thinking here. We need everybody's brain to say price go down. Price go down. Price go down. We're not messing around anymore, guys. All right? We have 20 micros. I got my cat trying to give me a kiss, trying to calm me down because he knows this is absolute insane debauchery, okay? You should be scared, Lupin. All right? You should be very, very scared. Oh, okay. So we just corrected this wickless candle. I actually really should have taken 10 off there. That was kind of dumb that I didn't. It's all glory now. We're going to move the stop to even. Let's not be too stupid. I'm not just going to give away accounts, but I mean, it really should have gone up a little bit, or it should have. What am I saying? I'll take off 5. Come on. Puke the city. Yeah, puke the 15-minute. Or no, I keep calling it 15 because that's the time frame line. Puke the 4 hour 50% of the wick. That's what I'm looking for. Again, S&T's holding. I don't want to be that guy, but what type of occult is this? It's the best kind, bro. Guys, we low-key had a chance to get back there. We low-key had a chance. Do we have any thoughts anymore, or is everyone like quitting? That might be long because look how we're respecting the old new day opening gap on NQ. It's part of the reason why I said I should probably leave. $18, $420, $13, $10 city. He wants it so bad. Lubin, if I full port and I'm wrong, is it your fault? Should I rest this low? It's a down close candle. Everybody says that's how it works, right? Oh, that's a terrible fill. Offset accumulation possible. You know, the real question is like, do we think like this next hour is going to do anything but move sideways? I think you should lock your account, go rest. Plus 5 hours on the chart is a lot. It is a lot, isn't it? Yeah, man. I appreciate the wellness check, but this is strictly for entertainment. I'm not too bent out of shape on whatever happens to this one. I would typically never do this. The real account I've kind of locked out. Thank you though, man. I appreciate it. I'm just we're playing entertainment man today. 5 hours is a lot. Change in state of delivery, trusting the SMT. I mean, again, like we never came down to these lows here. So let me just put that there. Put that there. Rip her down. I mean, it's got to go down now, right, guys? We should definitely add into the move now, right? This is definitely the full port now, right? I mean, you'd be tripping if it's not, right? It's got to be. Let's just add to it as it works. Isn't trading supposed to be easy like that? Oh, it's so ugly. That wick is disgusting. I'm going to throw up. I'm quite literally going to throw up. I just took a couple more off. I mean, I don't want to get stopped out for nothing. Can you turn on? I would like to see. Dude, execute. You wouldn't even be able to see the chart if I turned on executions right now. You would literally not be able to see the chart because I mean, mind you, I'm executing every 15 seconds here. You wouldn't be able to see it, dude. I mean, I'll do it, but I'll literally be flying blind. I think we should reverse here. I'm gonna move the stop. Sure, dude. Here, ready? Everybody screenshot this with my face. Oh my God. That should be my new thumbnail. That should actually be the thumbnail for all of my streams. That's like great clickbait title or great clickbait thumbnail. All those executions. That'd actually be funny-ish. I knew we should have reversed. Why didn't anybody do that? Oh my god, I've never battled so hard in my life. Yeah, he really should, dude. I'm literally the next coming. To be fair, I'm typically not a crap trader. I like I said, please watch all my other streams. They're usually half decent. This is like pretty ugly though. Let's do a little bit of that. Why not? And let's add into that move. Risk it for the biscuit, boys. I told you I was going to give you a show. I'm watching out for SMT here. Nice. Should we take a quick 40 bucks? 60 bucks? Or should we get rinsed for 150? Choice is your guys. I want to see it move into this imbalance here. There we go. I'll take 5 off there. Move the stop to even after that. So we're just scalping micro time frames and the inefficiencies on the micro time frames. It's fine. I've been on the charts for 16 hours with a 1 hour break. Jesus. I mean, I hope that's a joke. I literally hope that's a joke. I would probably die. Boys, we're kind of zooming. Low key floating around, boys. Wish I just held my original short. That's your guys' fault. That's Lupin's fault, man. Lupin, that's your fault. I knew I had the right idea. Why are you making me second guess myself? Lupin, why'd you do that to me, dude? Why would you make me close my short, Lupin? How are you so convinced? We're going for these equal lows, by the way. Which is conveniently this top end. It's honestly not a joke, and I've only taken about 6 trades. God bless your soul, man. Oh my God. Guys, I'm about to nuke the chart. That was the opportunity, I think. Unless it retraces a little bit, I'll try to rip it in again. Oh, that's a quick way to lose it. 180 bucks. Come on. Give me it back. This kind of changing state of delivery. And honestly, if we don't take those lows, like I'm fading the logic again because why shouldn't I? No, I'm wrong. I'm probably gonna oh no. Yeah. I mean, how's it not gonna do that? Make my money back real quick. Make my bread back. And screw this game. I'm so tired of this game. Don't worry, guys. Oh. Okay, good. I thought I just fat fingered the short button, but it was just my break even button. Don't worry, guys. I'll short now so the market can move. Yeah, thank you. Please do. I'll take the long. Actually, some might take a long. Wow, so dumb. I'm a believer, man. I'm a believer. 315. We have SMT on these lows. I think maybe it'll just hold these equal lows here. And if I'm wrong, then it's probably going to pop up after. So I'm not too pressed about it. Yikes. Yeah, I'm not too pressed about that move. Would you let me stream with you? I can actually trade, I promise. Yeah, man, we could work that out. I don't really know how it would work because I'm not like a streaming guru. Oh, boys, we're down so bad right now. Let's add. Um, we could figure it out. Join my Discord and we can talk about it. Yeah, we lost the plot, no stop loss. It's not really about that, friend. I think it might. It's just a matter of where we're headed here. Lower might be the move. Lupin, we lost the plot so long ago, bro. Gonna add more into that just so I can get wrecked. Yeah, I'm gonna dip out of that one. The no SL is because I think like we have potential to just move back up higher. As far as earnings goes, I mean, like we have all these lows here for year. That'll be a good gym session. Oh, yeah. I mean, dude, it's always a good gym session. This isn't, I'm really not too upset about this. What I'm really upset about, you're itching to blow the account. Yeah, dude, can you tell I just want to be done? Can you tell I just want to get off this damn stream? Yeah, no, what I'm really tilted about though, Lupin, is does anybody else have editing? Yeah, not yet, but I will. Um, what I'm really tilted about was the earlier account. This one I don't really care about, but I am pretty upset about that other one. If I really gave a crap about this one, I probably would have stopped after I hit the 300. I think we're probably going to come down here. I'm just going to hold the short. Screw it, guys. And good luck everybody else. You know what I'm saying? We'll just put up 10. If we blow up to $1,500 stop, then we're screwed. And it'll be what it'll be, boys. 775. Does that even get us back? 529 college plan. Plan for your future. Oh my God. Should I full port? Should I rip it? I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Everybody relax. Everybody cool. Everybody chill, bro. I mean, this is a ridiculous market, though. I'm pretty confident that we take these lows at least. On the absolute real. We about to whip up. Oh, man, I hope you're not right. I hope you're not right, but I wouldn't be surprised if you're right. Oh, sorry, I forget you guys are delayed. Yeah, it makes sense considering like we're right around that weekly opening. But I also don't hate, a possibility to get below it. I think ES can probably go a little bit lower. Again, I am using the other indexes as well to slightly base my draws on. Not my draws, like not my underwear. Not that I say underwear like that, but I just think there's targets like NQ can come down here, take these little lows, and it won't really change the narrative too much for upside action later. So we'll see. I'll be responsible. I'll cut a couple. And again, what I'm aiming for right now, guys, is the, remember when we got screwed trying to take these shorts when I got whipsawed a million times? Here, here, here. That's my target. Would you look at that? We're low-key up, okay? We are low-key up. Everybody wants to play around. That's going to reverse on me right now. Oh my God. Oh my God, I had to say something. I totally jinxed it, guys. Is everybody laughing? Because I hope it's worth it. I'm literally going to be sick if that's the case. I think I have to close. I really do. Greed entered the chat. No, dude, I'm gonna be smart about it. I think I have to close it out here. I think it's probably gonna whip me again. I'm at least gonna put the stop in. Let's not be totally stupid. ES is in the civvy or the fair value gap. I don't know. Maybe we could just puke the weekly opening price here. If anything, maybe we'll stab up into this BPR. But I don't know. I'm pretty confident that it should at least get below those lows. And if not, I'll just close it out. And it'll be what it'll be. I mean, what a roller coaster ride, am I right? I know I may look like a total donkey right now, but I really do promise I know what I'm doing most of the time. Today was just a weird day. And now I'm, on a crazy bender trying to entertain people. But if you go and watch my other streams, I'm typically not stupid. I typically know what's going on. Typically can call price pretty well. Been doing it a long time. That's why I started the YouTube channel. You know what would be great, Lupin, if I just totally full ported right now, short. All right, I'm going to trim 2 there. Actually, I'll trim 1 more. Now we're even on the day. We'll leave 1 more runner. Where's that into the 5? Probably rip down there. Let's just kind of let it roll here. Look at my mentor dog. He full ports. I really didn't full port. You guys haven't seen shit. Also, like, not to. I'm okay. I'll admit, Lupin was in my head up here, but I was confident in the damn short up here, man. Like, I understood what I was looking for. Like, I promise, I know what I'm talking about most of the time. Sometimes I won't. Sometimes I have no idea what I'm talking about. But Lupin was in my head, made me let go of my short. Super gross. No. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Lupin. You didn't make me do anything. It's all by my own accord. I think, so here's the real, hold on, let's get super serious though. Let's look at the impulse range from here to here. Okay, so I'm actually going to close out the trade now. This is typically the last line where I would look for it to continue dropping. We've met this impulse range EQ. I'm going to just aggressively trail now up above here, maybe even down here because I want to lock in at least $100 in this account. So I wouldn't be looking to get short anymore from this point forward. I like how it immediately took it, or how it immediately hit and is trying to turn around now in the 1 minute. So let's just kind of give it a shot and see what it wants to do. I think ES could probably want to draw into the weekly opening price. You have YM also rejecting its weekly open here. I don't know. I mean, we do have up close candle that could support us. My stop is in jeopardy just out of wanting to be up $100 on the day. But typically what I would want to do if I was really actually looking to hold it down, I would put my stop up above this tweezer top, which I think is probably going to get ripped anyway. But at the most, we're going to want to hold this trade until ES comes to we're either going to get stopped out or ES is going to want to rip into the weekly open here. And that's kind of how I use all the indexes. No long incoming, bro. I'm not longing. I'm done. You guys are sick, dude. I traded literally, I don't even know, how many hours is the market open? Okay, should I rip it? Should I rip the long? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not ripping the long. That's it. I'm done. I'll hang out with everybody, but I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm so done. Or you know what? Hold on. This is what we'll do. Okay, hold on 1 second. This is what we'll do. I mean, it's nowhere near as fun, but this is what we'll do. We'll go to the practice account. Um, Here we go. All right, what's everybody think? If you really want a full port, this is the time. Should we long it? What do we think? What's everybody like here? I forgot you guys are delayed. Like long minis, dude. I don't want to do minis because then I have to switch with my chart drawings. I know where I'm at. I'm longing now. Is everybody longing now? Are we all gonna rip it? That actually, what am I doing? All right, full port on the practice account, Fugazi. But yeah, I mean, you're welcome, by the way, for the absolute call out. We had the 1 minute impulse range, okay, which is why I also wanted to close my short. I was going to hold it until then, but you have return to origin for the order block down here. I still don't think, now we have SMT between ES and NQ. I still don't really like how ES didn't at least reach into the weekly opening price. That to me is suspect. So hold on, I just want to draw out the quarter point. So like the very bottom quarter of the new week opening gap is where it found support. I honestly am not a believer in this long right now. I think you're all wrong. I think you're all wrong for now. I think you're possibly right. Actually, no, I don't, dude. I think you're all wrong. But what do I care? It's fake money now. Well, it was always fake money, but fake money that doesn't hurt my bank account if I lose. You're not in the long yet? Well, when would you want to be long? Don't worry, bro, again. Don't worry again, bro. I had longs. Don't forget. I think it's going to sweep the new low first. I like that. Like I said, I like where I would like ES to go into the weekly open. Like I like ES to move into that weekly open really before anything happens. What even is this, man? Like, what am I? I'll tell you when. Don't worry. I believe you. You don't. You ain't gotta impress me, bro. I believe you. Or not impressed, but like you know what I mean. Like I'll take your word for it. So there's the sweep. I still don't love it because I still don't love how ES is not into the weekly open. What I'm having a really hard time is figuring out which way Tesla's gonna go. Honestly, it would be a no-brainer if we let's go here. If we came up and took this high out, this would have been a no-brainer short. I 100%. On a normal day, what times do you trade and how many trades do you normally take? Do you trade PM or do you just here to crash out? I'm just here to crash out today because there's people in the stream, dude. Like I said, Lupin, go and watch my streams, man. I'm telling you, you will see it. It's a totally different vibe. Obviously, I still I still tilt. Like I still have Like I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm just saying like this is not it. Usually the logic that I trade is very. I mean, just look at all my videos. But on normal days, on a normal serious day, I don't take too many trades. It depends. Hold on, let me finish this thought real quick. Okay. Anyway, if we took this high on NQ and we failed to take the high on ES, I would 100% think Tesla's going to rip us to the downside. I don't see why ES respected this hourly invert from a while ago. Like this was kind of fake news. I was actually planning on this to not hold the way it did. And because of the way it didn't even rip up into the top side, I really thought it was going to go up higher. So anyway, I didn't really see this down move coming at this point. I figured we were going to manipulate higher, then we'd move down, and whatever Tesla can manipulate down, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, Lupin, on a regular day, I mean, so if you look at my P&L calendar, you'll see that it's some days are like 13 trades or whatever, but that's because I always trade micros. It's usually no more than 3 to 6 a day, but that's even counting like, I'll take a lot of short-term paper cut trades where I'm sorry, I'm looking at the chat and I'm not looking at the camera, so that's what I'm looking at. I have you guys up on my phone. I'll take a bunch of like little short time frame paper cut trades, but like, so for example here, like this was actually a great example of the types of trades that I would take. Excuse me. I would totally get short here in this gap in this volume imbalance. After we moved down and take this low, I would have moved my stop to even. I would have gotten stopped out. I probably would have tried to get short again after taking this candle's low, right? After closing, I would just view that as change in state delivery. Now this high really should not get violated, right? I'd probably get short after it pukes down here into this after, and this is pretty much what I'm pretty sure this is exactly how it acted too, by the way. After we moved into this gap, I would move my stop to even again, get stopped out again. After taking this high, which in the moment I thought we did sweep this high. That's why I got short again. After sweeping this high and then running away and inverting this gap, that's just another short. So I will take a bunch of trades like that. What's your average stats? You trade. So I'll take a bunch of trades like that where I, will get paper cut and then I'll like re-enter kind of, what's the word? Relentlessly. Like I'll relentlessly try to get back into the trade if I believe the draw is still lower. Like all of my trading is not about entry model or entry function. All of my trading is about structure and draw. So, and they both go hand in hand. Like basically the draw is because of the structure. Like the draw to me was still this high because structure seemed like it should be that high. Okay. When I was short, when I was trying to short down here, structure, or when I couldn't get long today, well, first of all, like, yeah, okay, here, damn it, I'm gonna have to just go and rip this. So here's 930, right? And I use S&T a lot, okay? 930, I'm banking on us going up today because if you look how we're treating previous day's equilibrium. Okay, if this was going to be a downside continuation day, you would not want to see the market, first of all, trade up above previous day's equilibrium like it did, but then also use it as support. So that was the red flag. Okay, and in the Discord, you could low swept now, need a break of structure. So that's what you would need to see, that's why I was like, all right, I'm not really loving downside continuation. I would like to trade the upside. 930 rolls around. Now let's go to the 1 minute chart. Okay, this is what was so tilting about today. $9.30. NQ comes down. I wasn't looking at it like this. I was looking at it on 15-minute chart, so I didn't even see it go down like this. But I realized that I wouldn't have taken the trade anyway, because look at all these wickless 1 minute candles. This type of stuff I care about. I care about how there's a gap here, and I care about how there's a 1 minute wick, and how it didn't enter into this gap. I'm in long praying for you, Luca. I will answer your question after I'm done explaining this. I just feel like I got to fight for my life over here for a minute. Let me get out of all this crap. So I wouldn't have gotten long this, like this is S&T that I wouldn't have trusted. Okay, not only did it make equals, which is like fine, fair enough for ES, because ES usually does do that stupid type of stuff. That's why I don't like to trade ES, because I don't like the signatures it gives on the micro time frames, the small time frames. So anyway, so I wouldn't have traded that long anyway because ES came down, didn't even sweep this low. And then it had all this above it, or all this below it anyway. So I wouldn't have gotten long here. Okay, fine, so be it. Now, let's go to so now I'm like looking like, okay, let me say this is the manipulation, right? Let's take projections, okay? This is what really pissed me off today. So now I've accepted that I'm going to try to get long. And now it's a matter of thinking like, where am I going to get long? you know, because now I'm trying to aim for the top of the new week opening gap, whatever. Um, Here we are, right? Is that this move? Okay. So as we start to retrace, total BS high to me, okay? I hate this high. I think it's weak, and I'm going to target it. We come back down, and again, I'm not going to put out ES's stuff, but NQS totally came up and above the 2.5 to negative 2.25 standard deviation. All right. On a 15-minute chart, when it wicks down, you just rewatch the video. You'll see like how I notice that the bodies are actually respecting it. So that's what makes me hesitate. Okay, that's the first thing that makes me hesitate. When I see the 1-minute bodies respecting the the midpoint between negative 2.5 and negative 2, that's where I'm okay. Like, all right, like it's time to get long. But I hate how it made equals. It also has a wickless 1-minute candle. So I had the same standard deviations. Yeah, well, good. You were right. You were right. So, so again, we're looking for 4. We're looking for the new week opening price. It's all that is perfectly logical. And the highs here, like I said, are total BS highs. They're not strong highs. It's a failure swing high. It's a tweezer top high. I hate trading that high. I would always target that high. That's literally why I called this session awkward. Yeah, the session was completely awkward. So, but to give you some insight on how I trade is but if you look at this in a 15-minute chart at the time, maybe we could just zoom to here. Okay, it's probably not going to show it. At the time, it showed, well, actually, maybe it will. Sorry. Okay, it's not. At the time, the 15-minute candle, when it wicked down like that, the body was still respecting here. So now yeah, those lows being equal were so annoying. Yeah, so that's terrible. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to take that trade because I have too many reasons not to, right? I have the fact that the 15-minute body was actually respecting. If you looked at ES was actually respecting the 2.5 to negative whatever. It was respecting the retracement zone. And NQ kind of may have just done some damage. Now, it doesn't mean that I wasn't ready to trade it long. It just means that I had to be careful about my long entry. I didn't want to be as aggressive. So this was clearly a long signal, but I was looking for it to manipulate a little bit lower, and I didn't want to get long until then. So whatever. So I missed that boat. That's frustrating, okay? Now, the next thing that was absolutely tilt-inducing. So now in the 15-second we go up, whatever, we take this high. I'm not going to chase it because there's just no point. Like I'm trying, again, because the way I usually trade, I usually try not to be too stupid. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm a little dumb, but most of the time I try to keep it pretty much in line. All right. So we then have this type of action, right? Where now I'm looking to trade the 15-minute retracement, okay, into this low after hitting the weekly opening price. Now I'm thinking okay, great. If I can't get involved in the long, I'll get involved in the short to the downside. What do I try to do? I try to do that. But we end up making equals here, and I'm thinking okay, so I keep relentlessly targeting these equal lows because I believe it's BS, and I think we're definitely going to move higher. I'm not even going to go to the 15-second chart because it's not even worth having to scroll a million times. But anyway, I see this and I'm okay, it's gotta take these lows. Like if it's not going to take these, there's no way we make 2 sets of equal lows, right? I didn't see that on the NQ chart, we actually did take that low. So I would have never gotten short over here again. Or at least I would have left it alone. But once I was short, I was okay, I could rationalize it because your eye is too trained to target retail. I don't know. Thank you. It sounds like a compliment, which I appreciate. But I don't know if it is. So if I'm not understanding that correctly. Yeah. So right. So NQ chart took it. You have to look when you're trading MNQ. That's the one thing I hate about it. Is yes, I get to scale in and out of my trades, but you have to look for discrepancies between the 2 charts. But keep in mind this. Okay, I'll let you in on this. Usually it corrects itself, okay? And that's another way that that's technically another draw on liquidity, okay? You could use those discrepancies. And so when I was short here, I rationalized it. I said, okay, it's I've traded it before. You'll find it on the channel somewhere in one of the lives where it's it's just a little scalp trade. Sometimes I'll take it from here to here, just knowing that odds are the charts are going to correct themselves. So, but long story short, we didn't. So I get, again, I get stopped out a million times over here trying to relentlessly short. Just never works out. Honestly, man, I don't even remember what happens up here. All I know is I was down bad. I think around here, I think it was like down like $300 or whatever, and I tried to, like, I was telling myself I should probably call it quits. Or no, that was actually up here. That was up here. That was up here. But yeah, so then we came up into here. I'm trying to recall. My brain's so fried. But yeah, that was pretty much the tilt-inducing slop that happened. And again, trying to get short over here somewhere. I'm sure I tried to get short into these lows again. Got stopped out. Oh, I did. I did. I remember now. This was incredibly frustrating because right on the 15-second chart there's a gap here. I actually flipped it long because there was SMT now on these bottoms. Okay. And it made sense. So at this point, I was committing to the longs after probably chasing shorts back into here to try to get rid of these equals. After the SMT, I notice how NQ is respecting now the top end, right, of the 4 standard deviations, right, the absolute top of the expansion. It's now respecting that. And where's ES while all this is happening and while it has SMT? It's at the weekly open, okay, at a very standard support and resistance level, okay? So when you have SMT at these key levels, that's when it matters. Or at least to me, like that's what I tend to look at. So you have NQ below the weekly open, but hanging out around the 4 standard deviation, using it as support. Anchored your standard deviation to the bodies instead of the candles at the high and inside. Anchored your standard in the up close candles. Sorry, man, I'm on a tear. I don't really know what we're talking about right now. Are you saying like for the 15 minute, 11:21 and 11:22? Where? I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Right, fair enough. Close enough. And I'm sure if you do the bodies, it's probably a little bit more perfect, isn't it? Close. I like the wicks. But whatever. So you can have that going for you. And I wasn't even looking at it that way, dude. I wasn't even looking at that. I was just using what I know, like, between SMT and where we were at on the chart. I knew better. But this is what was really upsetting. This is when I was tilted because I started hitting the reverse button. You got a 15-second change in state of delivery down here, okay? It then got immediately shoved back from a 15-second. There was a balanced price range in here. You'll just have to take my word for it. That's where all this is at, okay? We ping-ponged a little bit. I should have held the long. I didn't. I got out. I actually reversed it short, whatever. Knew I was being stupid, got out. Then rocketed back up. So now, what am I looking at? I'm looking at the midpoint of this range, because that's what I'll do too, these little swing ranges. I'll just look at the equilibrium. And then if you want to draw this out too, why not? Sure. Okay, so you have 2 EQs, right? After SMT, we have the 1-minute impulse. Now this retracement's a buy. Okay, especially if we think it's going higher, which we did. I'm not even going to explain the targets. You already know my targets. My targets were all the way up here. And you can go back and look at it. Luca, I pray that you're in profit now because I know our trade is in profit now. And that was like from God knows where. I'm sure you're winning. Good for you. But anyway, so whatever. This isn't acting normal. I opt out to close the trade because I'm skeeved out by it. Like I just feel like am I chasing? At this point, I'm like a mental head case. Okay, and I'm just trying to I don't know if I'm wrong. I don't know if I'm just making things exist. I don't know if I should be fading myself. So yeah, man, it was just. This was a clear long. There's nothing wrong with this. And you know what it was actually? So if you go, this is what scared me about it. And again, so this contract, for whatever reason, has been so ridiculous, dude, with not being in sync with the actual mini contract. These 1 minutes here, on the actual M&Q, I was like, oh, I'm shocked. This 15-minute range, and we took out the wickless candle high. I was like, this 15-minute bounce price range is gonna chalk me, and I'm pretty sure, yeah. And we had SMT, okay, between these 1-minute highs. So again, keep in mind, I think we're going to correct these lows, which you could see aren't corrected here, but I'm like, that's what I'm thinking, man. Like I'm thinking like we're going to come down here. So when I see this SMT and I see the respect to the 15-minute balance price range that I drove all the way over here, I kind of got spooked, and I got out of the trade. And then, I mean, obviously fully tilted after, we get algo pumped and I'm not on side anymore. Like I'm out of the trade. So that was my day before all the shenanigans. And then obviously some people kind of came around. I definitely made some of the money back. Like you could look at it, really, long story short, it should not have been as terrible as a day as it was for that account. No way. No way. That was just me kind of, I wanted to trade for the people that were in here. But unfortunately, and I should have just moved over to my kick around account instantly. I should have taken the $500 loss, should have just moved right over to the kick around account. But in my head, I'm like trying to rationalize, like, all right, well, if I'm going to trade, I might as well, like, you know what I mean? Like, why not give myself the room to try to make it back on my other account? And obviously that came back and haunted me, and I had a rough day on that. So that's that, and that's my rant. Luca, my model never lies. Apparently not, bro. Apparently it doesn't. Let's see. Let me just get over here. Do I like to see SMTs swept? It depends, Luca. GG, bro, is always smart. Yeah, I'm not too. Look, it is what it is, man. In the grand scheme, it's just one day. It's going to set me back a lot of trading days because I really don't aim for huge days. Like I'm not, like I don't trade for $500-600 days. So $1,000 day, like for 200, like the way I've been trying to trade this challenge account on this YouTube has been like very conservative, like 10%, like go for $200 a day, trading anywhere from 1 to 5 micros, typically in like the 3 range max. But whatever, it's like shit happens, man. Shit happens. It is what it is. Do I like, so for Luca, I like to see SMT swept, depending, like not for reversal purposes. Like I don't want to see it sweep the SMT and then like not, how do I, okay, so say there's SMT on the upside, right? So that's bearish. I don't like to see bearish SMT swept and then a downside continuation move happen. I do like to see SMT swept if I'm betting on the other side of it. Like, you know what I mean? If I think, so a couple of days ago, if I can remember, there was bearish SMT between ES and NQ. And in the Discord, I actually mentioned that I'm looking for ES to sweep its SMT lows to give me confirmation that it's actually, that like to invalidate them. So I like to see SMT sweeps or SMT sweeps for invalidation of the SMT. Am I accustomed to NXN? I guess, like I'm sure, partly. I'm sure like I don't like, dude, a lot of my trading is only a lot of my trading revolves around short-term targets, low-hanging fruit. I'll like I understand the core of what about just the wick below? No, I don't like that, man. If the low or the high is supposed to be protected, it's got to be protected. I don't like that. That's not a signature that I like to see. As far as market maker models, like everything is technically a market maker model. Like every up and down is a market maker model, just on a smaller time frame. All my trading, man, is just short-term targeting structure. It's mainly based upon structure. So SMT and structure and like equal lows, how they were made, So yeah, I mean, that's where all my trading comes from. But all of it is draw based. Like I don't really care about what the chart looks like until I've figured out where I believe it's going. And how I determine where I believe it's going is all structure. I was wondering if you view the market through market maker models. Your view on PA seems very raw. Yeah, it is very raw. It's just bare bones. Like that's where I believe, like, I think ICT has put it in a way where you can put it to models or whatever, but the reality of it is just, it's like, it seems like candle dynamics. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, I think he just truly, what he taught was how price works. Not necessarily like in a vacuum of like, oh, like everything's a model. It's just like when you see this, this typically happens. Like I think it's literally, I think what he literally taught was this is how price moves, and you know, good luck. So that's how I've kind of I've worked into my trading is like I understand how price should react around certain areas, and I understand uh, when and where it like, you know, when and where it shouldn't go, or where it shouldn't go, and when it should go somewhere else. Like obviously it doesn't work all the time, but it keeps me on side more times than not. Like this is one of those cases. He gave us the script of the algo. Yeah, he could have. Like, you know, what do I know? Um, but yeah, I don't know, man. Like I look at these types of things, and and in my head, that should have been corrected. So that's why it's a no trade for me. You know, I don't see why price wouldn't have corrected that type of action. Here too, I don't see why price wouldn't have corrected it sooner. But again, on typically any other day, it does. Typically it does correct it. Thank you very much, Lupin. I appreciate it. I know everybody's just, you know, I know we were just poking fun earlier. But I do, like, you know what I mean? Like a piece of me does want, like, you know, I want people to like know, like, if you're gonna come and watch these videos, like, you will get some value out of it. Obviously today was, you know, the opposite. But part of like, yeah, was I punting when, you know, we were trading large size? 100% I was punting. But there wasn't, the logic wasn't completely lost on me. I just wasn't caring as much. Like when we saw the S&T up here, and ES had already entered into that 1310 civvy that you were looking for. To me, that's enough. And if you pair that with the 15-second, or not the 15, why do I keep saying the 4-hour wick, right? The equilibrium of the 4-hour wick, the midpoint, the CE, whatever you want to call it. That this year, that's enough. You know what I mean? For us to go lower. So then as we continue to puke this area, I'm like, okay, well, we're going to correct this. Doesn't mean we need to correct these lows and these lows, because this could be used for earnings. But we're definitely like, as the market worked over, that's why I said, okay, you know what? I'm gonna punt 10 micros, and we're gonna hold it because I'm pretty sure we go to this area. And then why did I close the trade here? Because we're at the impulse range EQ. It's typically where we get a bounce. It could be a full-on retracement. It could be whatever. This is also good for a scalp trade. You put a limit there. We came down. We tapped this wickless candle right to the tick. It comes down and it's gone. Like that's the type of stuff that I'm looking for. Obviously, I wouldn't be really keen to trade that again because I like to see ES come into like targets. Like I don't just like you're not being in loss. I don't like I'm sorry, Luca. Honestly, bro, not being in a loss in this PA is an achievement itself. Yeah, yeah, 100% is. I mean, I completely crushed it today. I knew today on my other account, like when I was down 127, I was like, I should get out of here. Like I should just lock this out. But I was stubborn because I believe, you know, a piece of me like really just relentlessly believes in myself, you know, that I can make it. Like, you know what I mean? Just let more candles print and I'll figure it out. So like, you know, it's a blessing and a curse. You know, because sometimes you just dig your hole deeper. You kind of know when, you have to know when to give up. But part of like the SMT that I'm like, I would never take this long here, even though it's super clean. I would, or at least I would have to take it with smaller size because one, I understand that like I would disqualify this SMT here because ES was not in the weekly open while it was doing it. To me, there's no point for ES to not move into a point, right? A point of interest like the weekly open to then create the SMT. So I wouldn't have taken this long. This would have been a very difficult long for me to take, especially after giving up the impulse midpoint. Obviously, like after you see the here, let me get rid of this. After you see the tap into the wickless candle like perfectly and then reverse hard, you could take a sure if you want to you want to take a punt on the close above this candle. That's just a bigger stop than I like. I don't really trade that stuff. That's like on the 1 minute. That's why I'm always on the smaller time frames too. Is because it's all about risk. Do I restrict my trading? I've in the past, so I think I've shot myself in the foot by not restricting my trading in the past. This go round, I'm really trying to say, all right, if you lost today, you lost. I would typically give myself full room to get through the combine. Like if I needed a full 2,000 to figure it out, I would use it. But I'm trying to, and I think that's really been the bane of my existence. I think that's the whole reason why I'm not. Uh, look, I'm proud of where I'm at, and I think I do really well. But I think I could be worlds better if I did have some sort of restrictions on me, Lupin, to like limit my bad days. Because I know on my good days, I'm not one to really push. Like what we did with that kick around count was like I'd never do that. I would never be up $300, or at least I've done it before. But like put it this way, like it's not in my character to punt away up $300 in a day. Like I'm gonna take the 300. I'm gonna take the 200. So when I have losses like this, like it's no good. You know what I mean? Like the $1,000 whatever loss today, that one's gonna sting because I know I'm not gonna come out swinging tomorrow. Like, or at least I'm not gonna I know I'm not gonna come out punting 10 minis or whatever, or micros. I'm gonna go back to doing what I'm doing, like 3 or 5 max. If I get a good ad opportunity, maybe sure I'll throw on 8, eight minis or micros. Sorry, but that's about that's the absolute max, and so that's why I know. And when I go up in profit to like 250 or whatever, I know I'll be tempted to just cut the trade because it's a good day and it is what it is. I'll just I'll kind of accept that I've lost time through the mistake that I made today, and it is it is what it is. Like it's going to take me time to get back. Yeah, something that helped me a lot was restricting my trade in terms of time. Yeah, time restrictions. You could so I don't. I too was that way in the beginning. Like I would really adhere to certain time windows, but after you watch this stuff for long enough, you kind of, and it doesn't mean you're wrong. Like nobody's right or wrong in this. It's just preference. Like for me, it's about opportunity. Like if I see opportunity and the time is not a certain time, like I'm not going to give that up. I'm still going to take that trade. That's the one thing that I think has been really difficult to determine whether it matters to me is like time, besides obviously candle opens. So like a 4-hour open, or if a 4-hour open, or a 1-hour open, a 15-minute open. Those are the only times per se I'm looking at, but they're price levels. It's just a price level in relation to time. So my head's gonna explode, so I'm gonna go. But it's been great watching you. It's been insightful. Hit you up on Discord. Maybe we can entertain each other on stream. I've ended the day in profit. Hell yeah, man. Good for you, Luca. I'm proud, happy for you, dude. $400 with but zero W, but with zero brain cells. I hear you, man. My brain is fried. I still got to go lift. I don't even want to. I got to figure out when I'm going to because I'm tired. I mean, this is like 4-hour day really takes it out of you on stream. I'll be right back, guys. I just got to go to the bathroom real quick. And then I'll be back for the close. I want to see how we react towards what do you call it? Earnings. All right, I'm back. So yeah, so I'm gonna get off the soapbox there, but like I'm done spewing. But today was, that was like the really difficult part of today. Like, yeah, yeah, trading restrictions. It's just hard to like. It's hard on where to draw the line. I think realistically, man, like it's so much leverage with these. Like it's hard. Like if you really want to make any like the right size for these like 50K accounts are like 1 micro, 2 micro max. Like given the risk, like if you really want to give yourself a shot, like you have to be trading so small because the moves are too like it's just you die. You get it wrong 3, 4 times, which could happen. Like you don't have to be. I think Jade Cap is very similar in this way. I'm pretty sure he's wrote a thread about it. How like it takes a certain amount of times, a certain amount of tries to get on side with the market. Like because I think he's also mainly a draw-based trader. Like I'm not necessarily model-based. I'm just draw-based, and then on top of that, it's uh, it's then figuring out like just riding price. So when you trade that way, it like you have to try to get on side a cut. Like sometimes you don't get on side right away. Like sometimes it's a battle between like getting stopped out a few times and having to kind of re-enter and just kind of have some conviction in your draw. That is when you trade that way, right? And you have these 50K, you can't trade with size every single time, especially if you expect to get stopped out a few times. You're gonna get crushed. So like that's why on the other account, like I'm trading 1 to 3 max, where I can kind of weather, and I won't even take a full stop sometimes. Like sometimes I'll just rather get out before, I'll put on more size than really what's reasonable for that stop size, but I won't let it go to my stop all the way. I'll just kind of get out in advance, and I'll say, you know what, if it's, I could always re-enter, but I'd rather not take the full stop. And sometimes it comes out to where it's like it would have made no difference whether I took the full stop or I chewed myself up in like some paper cut losses, trying to outmaneuver the stop. But man, that's trading, like there's uncertainty. So like what matters is your bankroll. Like if you really want to make some cat, like you gotta have the bankroll to withdraw, like or to withstand the whipsaw, of P&L. If you have a model, sure, yeah, your P&L is gonna be a lot smoother, or your trade frequency is all gonna be a lot smoother, but you're gonna miss certain moves, which is fine if when you swing the bat, you swing it with a heavy, heavy bat. Like some people that preach, like, oh, like if my system only gives me 1 trade a week, then that's all I get. Well, guess what? If that's your livelihood, uh, that's probably like not a very easy system to trade. Like think about it. Like, and it's just because your model gives you a trade doesn't mean you're going to be right. So say you have 1 trade a week, okay, uh, and say like you're not swinging with crazy size. Like that was really the point that I was going to make was like sure it's feasible if you're trading and each time like your R, let's say your R is $10,000. If your R is 10,000, then sure you could afford to swing the bat once a week, but then you better hope that you win. You know what I mean? Because then what happens? What happens if that trade only comes out for once a week, right? And you lose one of them. Like that's not a very easy model to trade. So that's why I prefer to like my whole thing comes from like I really want to have an in-depth of understanding of where price is going. How how can I be the best? Like how can I really be great at understanding where price is going to go? Okay, and then the like getting involved is like easy, man. It's just about knowing the like it's about understanding where price is likely to draw. That's all it is. And so that way you could have a trade every day if you need it. Like that's a little bit like I'm more comfortable with being able to spot an opportunity every day if I need it. And if you're patient enough, the market will give you a brain dead obvious trade every day if you're patient enough. And that's what I've been trying to highlight with this challenge. Is like just truly like waiting for the obvious setup. If I wait for the obvious setup, odds are I'll be okay. But sometimes that's hard. Sometimes it's hard to wait for the obvious setup. It's not an easy game, dude. It's also so difficult. So difficult. But yeah, today I saw the obvious setup and I was tilted that I couldn't get on side with it. Obvious, obvious, obvious. Obviously, emotions came into play here. That's why I got out, because if you just look at the technicals, you'd be dumb not to take this trade. It's like telling me every reason it told me that I should be in that trade. But I let fear dictate my decisions, and that happens. It is what it is, man. That's it, guys. I don't know what time Apple, or no, not Apple, Tesla earnings come out. I guess we can look it up. What a long day it's been. I just got break even on this trade and I come to YouTube and I find you here. What's up, bro? Thanks for coming out and checking out or hanging out. I'm actually going to get off pretty soon. So sorry if you wanted to hang out. I've been live though, like literally all day. I need a break. And I'm going to be live again tomorrow. So let me just see what time Apple's supposed to go. Or Tesla. That's actually usually at 4:15. Let's just close out of this. No point even being in that trade anymore. So if you guys want to see something funny, look at this. This is just the practice account. What's the R on here? Can you see it? Average win loss 5 to 5.8 short. Okay. I gotta clean up my charts for tomorrow because I don't feel like doing it later. Shit, today was a really tough day, man. It made a lot of equal highs, a lot of equal lows. It's kind of what I trade on, so that type of action is very difficult for me, especially if it chooses not to go there. So I definitely watch these lows. This is definitely a target I'll be looking at for tomorrow, or odds are earnings will crash up into them. So these lows as well. If you look at the 5-minute, this is a low I would look at. Not as much as these lows. This is actually a signature that I like to get long. How we came right down and tapped into the open and then rebelled or just went straight up. That I like as a long signature. I don't like it as much considering the fact that this is there's a gap here. Oh my god. So yeah, that's that. I mean, we just completely accumulated from midnight, went straight up, used previous day's equilibrium to go straight up. It was an up day, and I saw it. I saw it coming. I saw it in the Discord. I saw it. It is what it is, guys. It is what it is. Some days you win, some days you get crushed. Today was like a bit of the middle, and that's okay. I'm all right with it. It happens. All right, you guys. Do I want to hang out? All right, whatever. Well, hold on. Let me see what time Tesla earnings are. If Tesla earnings are coming out at 4:15, I'll hang out just to see what price does. But if not, I'm out of here. I'm so tired, man. I gotta lay down. I gotta eat something I haven't eaten yet today. Tesla earnings today.
Tesla's not supposed to. First quarter earnings won't come out until 5:30 p.m. Eastern. All right. Well, guys, that's going to be it then. We're not going to hang around. The market's going to be closed anyway, so we're going to gap. The market will either gap up or down, depending what it's going to do. I don't really know. I mean, if I had to guess, maybe we gap up and then come down. Maybe we gap down and then go up. 4/10, everything just got closed for Topstep, which is good. Yeah, that's going to be it, guys. Thanks for coming out. I appreciate everybody that came out and watched. This is definitely one of the more poppin' streams. It's also why I stayed on and decided to punt with everybody. It's been fun, but I'm tired now. I got to chill out. It's been a long day. I'll be lucky if I could even trade tomorrow. Just totally crushed brain cells today. But it was a lot of fun. So thanks for coming out. Um, I hope everybody comes in for tomorrow's AM session. That's usually when I do stream. I usually stream the AM session, and sometimes I'm done as in as little as 30 minutes. I typically try to be done by 11:30. That's when most of the volatility dries up anyway. So, all right, guys. Thank you, thank you. Have a great rest of the day. Later.